Okay, so it looks like I'm back live again here.
And he's back.
Brian's like, wow, cool internet you got. And we're back. We are indeed back. I didn't get to finish that 5 minute interval. The 5 minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 3155. So, yep, I got dropped. So it is it is sickening that the shares are just mysteriously, right? They're not really mysteriously. I mean, I think we kind of figured out how they're being rehypothecated, and it's through the ETFs. I think that's pretty. I think it's pretty apparent to see that they push a lot of shares through into the ETFs through the dark pools, and then they recover those shares out of the dark pools as a loan. So they just
Right.
basically cycle those shares around. So all the volume that comes in that they push into, they're pushing like 10%, 13% of the volume through into the ETFs, and then they're recycling that, pulling it out as a loan through the ETFs, and then just recycle and repeat, rinse and repeat day after day after day. And we see it happen constantly.
How many does anyone have a head count on how many ETFs contain AMC stock
Yeah,
or
if you go to
GME?
ETF.com, I think it is ETF.com. Is it ETF.com? I think it's ETF.com. It might be ETFB or something like. Let me just check and make sure. But if you go to ETF.com and then you type in AMC, and then man, my internet sucks. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I think you're having internet troubles again.
Go figure. Seven,
ETF.com.
72. Let's see. It looks like there's 72 ETFs with AMC Entertainment Holdings.
72. Wow. I'm wondering what it was like before, like one of the most recent ones. Like how many ETFs have picked up AMC,
Yeah, and one of the biggest holders is
right?
IWM. The largest allocation is SFYF. But I track IWM just because it's the largest or the biggest holder.
It's weighted more with them
Hmm.
than the other one.
Yeah.
Let's see what GME is doing. 104 through GME. Well,
All right. Let me see what people are writing here. They do get counted in the volume, Chan Chen. They absolutely do get counted in the volume. Doug. Thank you. No, no, dude, man. The lag is on my end. It's my problem. I've got people staying home from school today, so it's more than likely my end.
better go tell them the hotspot from their phone.
Yeah.
Alfred, what's going on with this crap internet?
Yeah, Batman, can you fix my connectivity?
So primitive.
I need some of your bat funds. Can you
Yeah.
can you hook me up to your Starlink?
Yeah.
You know,
I'll wire you some there.
why has nobody ever thought of that? How come Elon's never thought of that? Why is he not playing Batman? Like Elon would be the perfect candidate for being a Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, would he? Would you put a cape on if you could legitimately become? If you were Elon, would you put a if you created an outfit, would you put a cape?
Yeah. I mean,
It's the eternal
I
question.
see. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why not?
Because I think I would go capeless. I think the cape kind of gives it like that um over the top look. And I would definitely not wear my underwear on the outside of my leotards. I wouldn't wear any under either. No, I'm serious. You don't wear leotards as a superhero. Come on. Yes. I mean, they got it right in what was that kid's cartoon with the superheroes with Dash and
Incredibles.
yeah, the Incredibles. They got it totally right with the whole cape thing. Like you don't put a cape on, they just lead to disaster. That definitely
Yeah.
hazard.
Spoiler alert. If you've never watched Incredibles, capes are
Brenda,
bad.
that would be. I've collected enough information, Brenda, that that is definitely going to be on my list of things to do after this is all said and done. Um, there is more than enough information to prove um, fraudulence inside the market, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of lawsuits after this is all said and done. But let's hold off on the lawsuits until after. We'll get our money first, and then we'll go after them. Habib says, so Habib, here's the problem I have. You're asking me to go watch a video where Astra is telling everybody that they need to start buying options, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not. I think that is absolutely ridiculous and irresponsible for anybody to say that we need to start buying options in order for this to squeeze. Totally irresponsible, and I will not be a part of that. I'm not here to watch retail lose money. I'm here to watch retail win this battle. And this battle was never built on needing to buy options. We don't have to. The market will cause the options to play the way that they need to. Well, that's what you told me he said.
Yeah.
You told me he said that we need to play options. So if that's what he's suggesting, I'm not going to watch it. And I refuse to play it because I don't want to be a part of that. But I haven't finished the
Hey,
video yet
I,
either,
I
so
want to.
go ahead.
I kind of got an I like thought for Habib or just anyone listening. So, uh, think of like priceless artwork or a Honus Wagner baseball card or anything of major value that we deem as valuable, right? Um, we're deeming these stocks, every stock that we hold, of a certain value, right? And the idea is that the less of something that is in possession, in theory, price goes up, right? If there's only an X amount of something, if there's more of an abundance, the price goes down. The minute these shares start driving up or drying out, what's going to happen? The price has to go up in order for whoever it is that wants to either sell their Honus Wagner or Mona Lisa artwork, or if there's 10 paintings of a famous artist of the same thing, you know, think of it like that, that uh, any asset that you own over time stocks, to a large degree in this scenario, should start to appreciate. The more something becomes diluted, it should depreciate. The price should go down. That's why they've kind of made the housing market. Um, you should make money. Your house should start to appreciate based on development, and like what we're seeing now, I think in certain areas, a scarcity of land. Who's buying up land? Who's buying up property? So prices going up. I think that's the same way. So I don't know if you want to add to that. That's kind of my thought process on why buying and holding works. It's thinning out, or it's allowing retail or whoever it is to absorb what is available. And if people owe on it, that's where the shorts are in trouble, is because they owe. It's like paying on a credit card that you'll never be able to settle with debt. Can you imagine that if you just had to constantly bleed out and pay something that you'll never get back? Well, in order to get back, they're going to have to pry it from our hands at a higher price. So think of it like that.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that somebody buying options and then exercising those options will help to put pressure. But again, that's really just buying shares. It's another way of buying
Yeah.
shares at the market. The problem is you have to be a winner. And if you're not winning
Hmm.
and you're just playing, then all you're doing is just giving money away to people who are collecting on your money, who are institutions. So,
Yeah.
if Asher wants to sit there and hold your guys' hands like a babysitter through options plays that you've never been a part of before, then fine, go let Astro babysit you. But that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to babysit you and to suggest that we should play options so that we can all, see the MOASS happen faster because that's the way to get this done. I don't agree. I think the market will absolutely 100% um, cause a gamma squeeze to occur if the conditions are correct. And we are getting to the point to where those conditions are correct. And we saw that in the run up in the last couple of weeks. And the crazy part about it is that all the options that were purchased during that period of time, majority of those weren't retail. I can guarantee you they weren't retail. A lot of them were actually the market, the institutions who wanted to make money on a gamma move up in price. And so, us as retail investors don't have to take on that burden. We just don't. It will automatically happen
Hmm.
because the market's there to make money. There are people in the market who want to make money and they want to make money off the people who take their money all the time. So they'll turn around and they'll take the money right back. But if you want to go get babysit by may or may not work out for you and may or may not, lose you some money, may win you some money, then go for it. But I don't think Astra is going to hold your hand through that. Maybe he will. I don't know.
I got a question for you, Casey. Maybe no one's asked you this.
What's that?
So every hour, right, on the hour or you are close to it, you go through the numbers, the
Hmm.
breakdown, right?
Hmm.
If if you had, how you always ask, like, if you had to pick an indicator to use. No, we know that one indicator is not foolproof, but of all the information that you give us and provide to us, I'll say, what are the top three, I guess, pieces of information of that data that you're providing would be the most, if you had to strip away everything and choose only the top three to give and refer to, what would they be?
I'm going to assume I'm going to take it.
Think if you got to think about it.
No, 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 I'm going to take into assumption that you're talking about the 10 a.m. where I give all the information.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let me just kind of look. I'm going to take you guys to the other page here real quick, so I can kind of look this answer this over. One of the biggest indicators I think for me is obviously the options chain because it does kind of signal to you as to what direction the price is going to be heading. It kind of shows you like strength and weakness. I think that I highly rely on Ortex data. Um, so I think the options Mm, it's so tough. Three specific ones. It would have to be volume is going to have to be part of it, right? But I don't really like read off any specific volume other than giving like averages on where we're heading for pace for the day. But that's not on this page, right? So options would be one. The other would be Ortex data and I guess volume analysis. Volume analysis is, especially when we get to the end of this thing, is going to be one of the most important key factors in all of this.
Okay.
Thor Bladed says Ortex is manipulated. It is, but it's also consistently manipulated, which means you can get a good bearing on where things are moving towards. And when you see changes in Ortex, um, it's actually probably one of the best places for you to be able to identify that there's been a change. I mean, one of my best key indicators is on average loan age per day. That is by far one of the best indicators that I have for predicting when a price increase is coming, and that comes from Ortex. Thor Bladed says he didn't say buy, he just explained how they're manipulating. Well, I watched the first 7 minutes of what he was talking about on the video, Thor Bladed, and everything that he said in the first 7 minutes is everything I've been saying for since August, like of last year. So um, it's not any new information. I'm surprised that he's just now catching on. I'm gonna have to finish the video though.
Mm. Danny, R, welcome. Glad you're on break, breaking away from the machine.
Danny wants to know who you are.
Batman. I'm
Who,
Batman.
who are you?
Have you ever danced with the devil under the pale moonlight? Or the Joker said that, didn't he?
He did.
Joker
He did.
said
The Joker said that. I was like, that's not Batman.
that. Jack Nicholas said that.
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna check the video out first, Habib. Now, just to let you know, Habib, derivatives is the options. So when Astro's talking about derivatives, that's he's talking about options. Just so you know, because you'd mentioned earlier that he had mentioned derivatives. That's he's talking about the options. Let me take a look at it on my break, Habib, and then I'll finish up the video on my break, and then I'll make a decision as to whether or not it's something I want to touch on.
Remtech, yes. You want
Brenda
meat at
one.
the light.
So go ahead.
T minus 2 weeks.
Brenda was saying, why is everyone scared of the town hall? I have no idea what the town hall is. Uh,
Wasn't that like a collective virtual get together town hall or some junk?
I have no idea. I've never heard of it. I mean, I know Brenda has mentioned it before, but I don't know what it is, and I've never been invited or told what it is, or I don't know anything about a town hall. I don't know where it meets at. I don't know what it's about. I've like it's just like it's completely off the radar. I have no idea what that is.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. This is Rowan Shift Capital. Is that for you, Joe? That's the best. That's the best I got right there. That was I don't know why.
Interview Astro. I've reached out to Astro several times and he never even responds to me. Adam, on the other hand, seems to get responses. So apparently, I don't have enough wrinkles on my brain to even get a response. I keep telling you guys, like I am not very popular in the amongst the upper echelon of YouTube community. So they just don't like me very much for whatever reason. I have a feeling it has to do with the fact that
So
I'm not monetized, but that's just a theory.
the thing is, everybody watching in here knows that this show is a diamond in the rough. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Like honestly, like I was really surprised when I got reached out to by Froggy. Honestly, like I that was the first time anybody reached out to me ever. I've never once had somebody reach out to me. Froggy was the first.
Hmm. Yeah, which has turned out to be a real solid connection, and uh, you know, the information that is coming out of that, it's been real helpful to the community and everyone.
Remtac is saying, why did our short interest say over 10% jump? I wish I had screenshot it. Remtac, I have a live stream here that's recorded. You can go back and get it. I don't know. It could be that I was switching from one stock to another. Um, I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it is. If you tell me what timestamp it is on, I can go back and look and I can tell you what may have happened.
Mm.
Brenda, you can tell me all you want. You have freedom of speech here. I don't silence people. You can say whatever you want to say. Just don't advertise a stock. I just don't want people advertising one specific stock for no reason. Like if you want to know information about a stock or something, then that's fine. Would it be normal to trigger SSR again rather than run up? It could be. So it's entirely possible, Brandon, for us to see a 40% failure in price, which would be this is SSR here with the dotted line at $20.98. $20.60 is a 40% decrease in price. Anytime anytime a synthetic price failure is triggered, anything is possible as far as downwards movement goes. Um, the rule doesn't change, or you're not tracking new highs until you break like some kind of threshold of like 15 to 18 or something. Like you need to break past a really high threshold of upwards price movement before you can start tracking new highs, which we have not done yet, right? So if I take away all the junk here, get rid of all the junk here, and we just look at simply price over the last couple days here. So the last high that I have written down on my tracking is $34.33. So I'm actually gonna have to drive back out here. This is the high. We haven't seen an upwards gain. We saw an upwards gain here, but it wasn't enough to trigger the a reset of synthetic price failure. So we're still in a synthetic price failure mode. We're still moving down to newer lows until we can drive up like 15% from our whatever our past low is, which is 21.95 right now, which is right here. So 31.34 down to 21.95. We have to have at least right now I'm saying 18% increase in price before we can start tracking new highs. So is seeing that 40% turnaround point a possibility? Is it in the realm of possibilities? Absolutely, 100%. But 35 is also another possibility as well, which is the 22.33 turnaround point. Gus says I'll be a star in 2 weeks. Oh man, I like the way you put that. Oh man, I did sell my car. I sold my not just did I sell my car, Joe, but I sold my dream car, man. My dream car. That was rough. It was rough, but you know what though? I was well worth it. I really was happy to be able to increase my position with the sale of that car. I was so happy. I was like, man, because honestly, I got a great deal for the vehicle. I couldn't believe how much they gave me for it.
You'll be able to buy as many as you want after this.
That's my point. That's the thing that encourages me the more than anything. AP is like, when people go like, well, what happens when we break if we break down below $10? I'll be like, I'll sell my exercise bike, I'll sell every single guitar that I have, and I will be dumping all that money into AMC because that means I can like triple down on my position at that point,
Hmm.
right? And by the time when we get our attendees after this is all said and done, I can buy as many guitars and exercise. I could start a whole exercise bike club. I can buy as many guitars as I want, and it's not going to matter. It's like all these things, these possessions that I hold on to me around me that I don't even use hardly that often. Um, why? Why do I hold on to them? I'm willing to hold on to those, but I'm not, some. I'm saying this from somebody else's perspective, not mine. But you hold on to your possessions tighter than you're willing to hold on to AMC. And I'm not specifically talking to you guys. I'm just saying there are people who come in and they say like, I don't think this is going anywhere. I'm not sure about this movement anymore. It's like, what are you holding on to in your house? What are you holding on to in your house for years, for decades that you don't use, but you're complaining about your shares in AMC that are making you or will potentially make you money? Like, I just don't understand that concept. It makes no, like, those, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. I think it all has to do with perspective. You have to think more long term. Oh, MB, I'm glad you like the song. Thor Bladed says compare the last month of on AMC to January's 2021 run up. All right, you know what? Fine, we're gonna do it. Let's do it. Thor Bladed wants to see this, and I want to have AP mock me. Here it comes. Here it comes. I'm ready for it. Are you ready for this?
I gotta mock you.
Oh, I can feel it coming already. I can feel the judgment. Guys, AP has been trying forever to get me to use TradingView, and I like it. I really do like TradingView. It's in my opinion, it is superior to anything else that I've used in regards to tracking and having the ability to have different kinds of indicators. I think it's absolutely amazing. Like it just, there's nothing that even compares. The problem is, I'm a very simplistic person. So what I'm going to do specifically, since I'm not answering any more questions, I'm going to shut down questions until I'm done with this little explanation here, drawing that I'm going to do here. So I'm going to do a bars pattern from just before SSR tripping to the running up of AMC, and we're going to do a comparison of this data to current. And I am not going to change the size of it. I'm not a huge proponent of fractal analysis when you change size, and that's just my opinion. But I think that there's inherently some. I think it's just something you should not do. Um, like it's okay to take like different pieces of fractals and like put them together to make something that fits. But I think when you start stretching it out and elongating it, then you're kind of, I mean, you can do that with you can draw any random squiggly line and reform it to make it fit your pattern. So I'm kind of more along the lines of saying that like you need to keep the shape the same and have the pattern fit. Holy moly, I'm having to drag forever. There we go. All right. So right off the bat, I can tell you right now that in order to make these size up or match, I'm going to have to change this. So I can already tell you right now I'm gonna have to modify this so you can see it. We tripped SSR um, last Wednesday. So this is trading day today. This is Monday, Friday, Thursday, so Wednesday. So I'm really not a fan of what it is that I'm doing right now.
He's getting there, folks. Everybody, let's root him on. He's doing a great job.
It's like it's just it's close, but it's I mean it's just not exact, right? So, you know, I think this is what you're looking for
I
though.
I think that section you're talking about needs to go down to your left for the 23rd, 28th.
Here?
Like, no, down, down, down. Like, drag the whole thing down back several days.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Here?
But obviously because we've been sold so much. I think up was good.
I don't know, but I think I'm comparing apples to apples. Like if you're saying if we were to say that today that Wednesday's SSR tripping was the same event that we saw this last Wednesday, then we need to match up SSR moments in time. And so I feel like that's kind of this moment here.
Oh, you're doing SSR moments. Okay, I
Yeah,
got you now.
because we
I'm
tripped.
picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, we tripped SSR back here. It's probably going to look something like this because that's essentially like that matches up SSR tripping points from January to our current SSR trip, which was on this last Wednesday, which was the 31st of March.
Right.
So I think this is what they're looking for. And of course, I only copied a portion of the run up, but this is what it would look like.
What was the date that you pulled for that SSR?
I believe it was the 20th of January. The 20th of January was SSR trip for
All
AMC.
right. Okay. That
If
looks
I have to
correct.
if I have to okay if I have to put up your actually leave that there. If I have to pull up your screen, I might lose the stream again.
No.
All right, what do we got here? Um, Thick said, "Good point. Time to walk around the house and sell what I don't need for tendies." I like TradingView too, guys. I'm not saying I don't like TradingView. It's just that I'm very like I'm an Apple iPhone user, right? And I like to refer to like Webull as being an Apple iPhone, and I like to refer to like TradingView as being like a Samsung, right? You have a lot more options and capabilities with a Samsung, and it's more it's not more user friendly. It's more uh, modifiable is not the word I want to use. It's more
Versatile.
I can't think of the word. Words are very so unnecessary. Um, it's just that there's more things you can do with them. You have more options that you can change. It's more modifiable. I don't know. But Apple iPhones, it's like very customizable. Thank you, Anthony. God, that took forever. Waiting 25 seconds for somebody to put customizable in the chat screen is horrific. That's the word I was looking for. Is the well, I shouldn't say Samsung. Android phones are more customizable than iPhones are, right? And that's TradingView. But Webull is iPhones. It's plug and play. It's very straightforward. It's nice and appealing to look at. And those are the kind of things when you have ADD that make it really easy for you to function as a person because it's all right there and you don't have like little fancy gadgets to tinker with that like get you distracted onto something that you shouldn't be distracted on. It helps you keep your
Mm.
focus. Um,
So I don't want to change subjects real quick. You're you like engines. You wrote some DD about an engines a while ago.
Mhm.
Um, I told you about a one-stroke engine. Um, one thing that I've been looking at, and uh, is that a 1 hour chart you have pulled up,
It's a 1 minute.
or one minute? Okay, so on the 1 minute, I'm seeing your RSI. I'm seeing a price and RSI divergence right now. Would you agree to some part of that or no?
No.
Okay, so zoom out a little bit more.
I mean, I'm just looking right here specifically on this minute. No.
Right.
So,
No, no, no. Okay. So I want you to zoom out just a little bit more and back up from your view.
oh, you mean like a
Just
like a
flip.
5 minute?
No, no, no. Just zoom back out to what you did to where we could see the beginning of the day on how it started.
Okay.
And so what I look for in a price divergence. So first off, I want you to Google up and look up combustion through engine diffuser, or just um, combustion diffuser. And in airplanes and steam pressure turbines, it is like one of the most critical and strongest points um, on the engine, because what's happening, it is a narrowing duct. So if I want to say, we take the bottom side of the diffuser in your RSI and zoom in a little bit more, because you see the very, very, very bottom of your first RSI. So we're on a minute time frame, so you don't want to like go like super crazy with it. But your lowest of your RSI, if you look at, is right. Oh, that's my mouse, not yours. I would say it's probably about 10, yeah, a little bit left, a little bit more left, right there. Yep, you were just on it. 1015, right there. So what is that RSI number?
10:15 at our site. 10:15 is 22:30.
Okay, and the lowest point is measuring what?
No, that was the lowest point.
Okay,
Point.
was 2230. Okay,
Yeah. The start of that is like 25.94.
okay. When I see price um, going lower or staying the same, and RSI is moving the other direction, that is equivalent to like an engine diffuser. Um, it's just saying, RSI is saying, hey, we should be going up. Prices physically being driven down. Eventually, it's going to right the ship. Price has to start following. So seeing that in a shorter time frame, if you zoom out to the hour, you can really see it in the hour over the last couple of days, indicating a change in direction is needed. Um, so yeah, usually I find the low, and then I'll look for another low off in the future ahead of time. And if price is moving sideways, or if price is going down further below your previous low, but your RSI is higher, then that is a really strong indicator of saying, hey, price should be changing here. And it's showing right now on the hourly for the VIX. It's showing right now for AMC. It's showing right now for GME.
I mean, and then other. Hold on a second. I got a cough here. Got some tickle in the throat. Um, as well, I mean, you can see volume is falling and price is falling, which is a very bullish signal as well. So bounce off of, several points of RSI bouncing off the bottom of 30. I mean, we've got at least one, two, three, and almost a fourth point of bouncing on RSI on the bottom, which could again be an indicator of price movement in the future. starting to rise for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking for price to start curling here these next couple hours,
Yeah.
if this is the case.
Putting back in my drawings here, if I take it back down to 5 minute, no, 1 minute, take out the extended hours, I had the breakout for this being around now, and it actually broke out. It did break out a little bit before my box. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands. We did break out a little bit before my box, and then it was like it did a hard reversal off of that breakout, and so it's like they're trying to force the price down, trying to, they may be potentially trying to trip SSR to gain liquidity as they let it run up. This might be the final push to get it. You know, that's it. They're done.
It'd be awesome if it just goes around it.
The box like goes. Let's
Yeah.
just around the box. It's like sucker. No, see you later. I'm leaving the
I
box
would
now.
like.
I'm gonna leave the box.
You should. I want to see this do a nice bowl right around it.
Yeah, this like really
Yeah.
really nice cup and handle like right around the box. It's like, ah, I screw you. Uh, Habib's asking a
Yeah.
final question here. I was gonna get to it, Habib. So, uh, if we break 21, will we be stuck in that wedge for a few months, or it sets us back big time? I don't think so. I mean, I really feel like we're kind of coming down to like a pivotal moment here, Habib, especially with some of the numbers that I'm seeing. Um, with the options that were probably both um, exercised and collected on, I think you're going to see a lot of money. I know that somebody had sent me a link last night about a put position that was closed, a $4 million put position that was closed. I think that we're going to. I don't think $21 is going to be. Um, I think if anything, that would be like a spring point, springing off at 21. I don't think we'll be stuck there. If and that's even if we make it down that far. I'm leaving that there. It is time to take a look at our numbers again here, guys. The low yesterday, Jeff, was 21.95. So we haven't hit a new low yet. 21.98 still higher than our low from yesterday. Let me go ahead and pull up um, Fidelity, refresh it, and we'll take a look at what's going on with our numbers. Let's start with off exchange. I mean, in the first 45 minutes, guys, we had 55% of our volume going into the off exchange. That is massive. That's like 12% higher than what I would expect to see on a normal day. 12% of our volume. Even my dog just groaned at that. It's now 54.49. Usually by this time in the morning it would be about 49%. So we're still like 6% higher, 5% higher than what we would normally see uh, for this time of the day. The CBOE EDGX, however, is kind of about where I would expect it to be. It is over the 30-day average at 12.44. Taking a look at Ortex, borrowed change. Um, an hour ago, there was 92,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's showing a return of 76,000 shares. Very little impact, but will have somewhat of an impact on estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is now at 20.87. Cost to borrow still high at 2.68. Not very, very high, but higher than it has been lately. CTB max and min are not very far off from the average. Taking a look at the options. As of an hour ago, highest amount of call volume was at $23 with 4.7 thousand contracts. That is now It's changed. It's no longer $23. It's now $25 with 6.7 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest level of volume currently at $20. That's down from 21 an hour ago. An hour ago at 21, there was 1.7 thousand contracts. Now at 20, there's 2.8. Nope, I lied to you. It's now $22. I just noticed the $22 one is 3.5. 3.5 thousand contracts at 22, which are almost in the money. So the options are now signaling for a closing price around 23 and a half bucks instead of 22 and a half an hour ago. So I think we'll see a spring off the bottom down here somewhere, more than likely. Oops. Um, Actually, I'm not going to take a look at Vortex because I normally don't do it right now. So as of right now, according to Fidelity, AMC has moved in the top 10 for most traded stocks on the market, according to Fidelity's customers, with 55% buys to 45% sales. GME coming in at 14th with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. Not looking bad. Let's see here. SSR trips at 20.98 today. Shares borrowed for the day to day doesn't look like they've borrowed any. Yep, there's another 100K right there. 2.95 million shares have been borrowed so far, according to Sanko Tracker. For the day to day yesterday, it was 3.85. Cost to borrow fees. I said cost to borrow, I meant fees. Fees have dropped from 1.7 to 1.5. 18.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 178.6 are out of the money. 76.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 1.43, Dow Jones is down 0.18, and the S&P 500 is down 0.52. The market is currently declining with 4,803 decliners to 2,834 advancers. The VIX is up 5.71. IWM is down 1.31. Tesla is down 1.92. Amazon down 1.93. Cinemark down 2.75. Doge is up 8%. Bitcoin is down 1.65. GME is down negative 7.09. Our gold mine is down 2.65. Hood is down 4.05, and AMC is down 6%. We currently have 9 million more dollars in outflow than inflow. And let's see what kind of pace we're setting for volume. We're on pace for about 65 million shares traded for the day to day. I estimated in pre-market volume that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million. Unless we see a run up in the later portion of the day, those numbers might be pretty darn close. But we'll have to see some kind of run up in volume in the later portion of the day today. Oops. And with that, are you going to take over the show, Adam, while I'm gone?
Actually, I'm gonna take care of a couple of things around the house too, and then run some errands. But no, I've enjoyed every minute of it this morning. Being
Yeah,
hanging out with you, hanging out with the community. So
making history.
yeah, making history for sure.
Steven wants a trampoline. All right, Steven, I'm going to put one in for you. We're going to put it right on SSR. I'm going to try and predict it here. Well, let's see. If I go to break, it would have to hit around here. Why do I suck so bad at drawing, Adam? Why are some people so
Um,
gifted? Like, I spend a lot of time on Reddit and I see really talented people who are artists that are just amazingly talented. And I sit there and I go like, why is it that I'm so basic that I can't draw anything better than a stick figure for a person? What is it? Why can't I make my hands form something that has beauty? I get stuck with trampolines. This is this is the extent. So this is the extent of like somebody saying, "Hey Casey, I want you to go give me some graphic art," and I'm like, "Here you go. Here's a trampoline for you." You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this is the extent of my ability to draw art, and the sad part about this, the sad truth, the honest to God sad truth about this is that I was trying to draw a stop sign. The very first time that we made a trampoline, I was trying to draw a stop sign, and I couldn't even put the right amount of sides on it. I was like, wait, that's a pentagon. That's a pentagon. I don't understand like why I'm so mentally challenged when it comes to being artistic with shapes and uh, drawing and stuff like that. I mean, I may have that nice, calm, soothing Bob Ross voice, but God gave me these hands that just don't work. There's a disconnect. I think I'm completely in belief that there's a disconnect between my brain and the images that I see in my head and the connection to my hands. There's something lost in between, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to make it connect. But Jacob
you
says,
just
"Draw a face on Mr. Trampo."
your your hands look like you just gave like rheumatoid arthritis hands.
That's what I was doing.
Take my strong hand.
Take this drawing.
Have you tried with your feet, Casey?
Oh man, I had way back in the day. My mom took me to a military convention that she had to be a part of, and they had set up. This is going to sound really strange, but they set up an airsoft. No, it wasn't airsoft. It was a pellet gun shooting range inside of a hotel room. Don't ask. Don't. Weird stuff happens in these conventions. Anyways, I walk up to the guy. The guy lets me take a couple shots with the guns, and then he sees how bad I'm shaking, and he goes, "I'll give you." What did he say? He said, "I'll buy you a drink from the hotel bar if you can hit the bullseye." And what he didn't know, I was shooting out of my right eye. I'm actually right-handed dominant, and I do typically shoot right-handed. But for some reason, when I switch to my left hand and I shoot with my left hand, I have much better accuracy. No idea why that is, but I think I was meant to be left-handed and maybe just got trained in school to be right-handed, and I should have been left-handed. But uh, so I switched to the other side and shot a perfect bullseye. The guy just like the military dude, you could see that look on his face, like, did I just get schooled, or like he's like, what just happened there? Did I just get
You got hustled.
did this like 10-year-old kid just hustle me? You can see it on his face. I made him pay up. That was like a $5 drink back in like 1986.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't have very steady hands, but I can shoot pretty good though. It's kind of weird, but I think it doesn't. That's probably why I can't draw. Brenda, I'll take a look at the post. I mean, it's possible, Joe. It's very, very possible. If we trip SSR again here today, then we would have to restart the timer. But I still tend to think that even with a trip of SSR, you could see us wind up in the green. It is possible. Casey should paint with his beard.
What?
I wonder if I could sell that. I wouldn't do it, but it'd be funny to sell.
Beard painting. Right.
Actually, Chris, I'm not though. You know that little trick, Chris, where you hold up a diamond shape in front of you and then you close your eyes to see which one's more dominant than the other. When I do that and I'm actually it moves equally on both sides. Like I don't have one eye that's more dominant than the other. It's really kind of odd. And also in baseball, I can switch hit in baseball. I hit home runs better with right-handed hitting. But if I want to get on base, if I want to get, if I want a nice line drive, I hit left-handed. If I play hockey, I play left-handed. I can't play hockey right-handed. I have no idea why, but it seems so awkward to me to play right-handed. I play hockey left-handed. In water polo, when I played water polo as a kid, I always they put me on the right wing because it gives you, as a left-handed shooter, it gives you the opportunity to have more shots at the open side of the cage with the sweeping left arm. And so I played ambidextrous in water polo. I could shoot with either hand. I could probably shoot more hard with the right hand, but I could shoot left-handed and right-handed.
Hey, so Casey,
Yeah,
um, that vision drill that you just did with your hands out in front,
yeah,
do it again, but make the hole smaller. All
yeah,
right, out in
yeah.
front of you,
No, I know. You're supposed to
like
hold
like
up like a circle, like your pinky or your fourth finger and your thumb, like a OK sign, right? And you look through it.
no, like smaller. If you're having a hard time really being able to see it, make it smaller to where you can barely see. And if you close your whatever eye, like put it in the center with both your eyes open, right?
Yeah,
Whatever eye you
but
close,
but see, here's the thing. I can actually make it move. Like I can hold that up and I can make whatever it is that I'm looking at, I can make it move from to being in or out depending on which eye I want.
well, yeah,
Like
yeah. Of course, like if
I
you
can
know that,
force the vision to be like I can force my vision to be left eye or right eye depending, and I don't have to even move the whole and I can just switch it.
mhm.
I can make it dance back and forth. It's almost like I don't have a dominant eye. I can choose
It's almost like
I
it's
can
almost like you're hailing Hitler right now on your screen.
Oh
Uh,
man. Sir Poker asked, "Did you ever give lacrosse a try?" I only jokingly played around with some friends, but I could do left or right-handed stick.
I think the stock is setting up rather nice.
Eric, it depends on which eye I decide to make the object in. So I'm looking at one of my canned lights in the distance, right? If I put up the circle up to the canned lighting, I can actually move my hand so that it's centered in each one, and depending on which eye I open or close, it moves more with. It just depends on how I set it up in the beginning. Like I can choose to make my left eye center it, or I can choose to make my right eye center it. It doesn't matter. I'm literally like looking at it right now I'm centering it right now on my left hand side, and I close my left eye, and it doesn't jump out, right? And I mean, Sorry, other way around. I close my right eye and it doesn't jump out, and I close my left eye and it's right in the, or I can move it over to the other side. It's just, yeah, it jumps really far on one and it's the opposite. So I can make it, it just depends on how I line it up, which I choose on the lineup. And I don't prefer one over the other. Like they both look right to me. I don't they both look the same. Half my hands going through the object, or it's either my fingers that are going through the object or my hand that's going through the object, and it doesn't matter. It's equal. JP, you just got your post. You just finally got the mail. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. JP just finally got what I sent out a long time ago. Actually, my wife sent it out.
It's been sitting in her car seat for the last several months.
Oh no. That's so cool though.
Oh,
I'm glad you got it. Wow. I can't believe it just arrived. I just noticed you're cheating corrective lenses. I do have corrective lenses. I don't know if that's cheating though, because it's the same way with or without the glasses. Oh, it wasn't much, JP, but I'm glad you got it. They're gonna say, "Oh no, my jacket just broke." Oh, that's not cool. That's trash.
yeah, you got a 12 o'clock turnaround, trampoline turnaround.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah,
if
that's
it's
about what I got.
if it's gonna hit SSR, that's where I'm kind of expecting it to be.
Yeah,
Turn around.
bright eyes.
JP says he loves it. I'm glad you like it, JP. I don't know if y'all do Christmas out there or not, with Christmas trees and everything, but hopefully that works out for you. Here it is coming in April. Dr. Zeno keeps asking the same question. Hold on a second. Let me see. It's getting to that point to where Sir Poker or no, Chris New York Shoeshine says that means you just got lucky went in with the shot. No, I'm actually a pretty darn good shot. I took my concealed carry test here and I almost scored a perfect score on it. Let's see, Shaw. How do we win when the oh, no, that's not it. Oh yeah, Shaw. How do we win when the bastards can just keep funneling so much through the off exchange? Because it costs them money over time, Doctor. Over time, and it's not just this stock, right? Like we've got a lot of meme stocks that are costing them money to be able to do what it is that they're doing, and they're slowly bleeding out, and it just takes time. And so that's the answer to the question is how do we win when they just keep funneling? It's not a matter of how much they funnel. It's a matter of time. How much time is it going to take before they can't continue along with this process any further and they become bankrupt and they can no longer do what it is that they've been doing. So that's how we win. It's our time versus their time, and the people who are bleeding from it the most are them. Because all we do is we buy and we hold, and it doesn't cost us anything. It just costs us our initial investment, and we just sit there, and that's it. That's all that has to happen. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. No, you're good, Doctor Einstein. I'm glad that Einstein directed me to it. Yep, there you go. Sir Poker's got it right. When the banks stop lending them cheap money, it's going to break down. The system will break. You just have to trust that at some point the system will break. And when it does break, that's when we start getting paid. So we're waiting to see the system break, and it will. And I think the VIX moving the way that it's moving right now is probably a good indicator that the system's starting to break. So the question is where are they going to get the cheap money from next? Because at some point the money's going to run out. And when it does run out, that's when we start getting the tendies. Buy on lit and hold is the way to win. I can't agree more. I mean, if
Get
you want
lit.
to get lit, no, remember, no farting though. No farting and trading. That is unacceptable.
Don't grenade anyone.
What is that? Grenade
That's
somebody?
where you ever grenade someone?
No, I don't know what this
You never.
is.
Oh, well, what you do is when you fart, you cup it with your hand and then you grab it and you throw it in someone's face.
I've never done this. This is a thing? Who does this?
I mean,
And who do they do it to?
community. I mean, I think when you're,
Like,
uh,
you just walk up to a coworker and just cup your fart and throw it in their face?
I mean, you really don't want to do that.
Because
I mean,
I'm
if you
I'm
have
wondering like,
siblings, like,
oh, I can do it to my
yeah,
kids. Okay, do it to my kids. Got it.
yeah,
Okay, so no
yeah,
no coworkers, just kids. A lot of the
just
people,
grenade them.
a lot of people in here are probably going, that's good because we're all coworkers in here. I can just see us showing up to like the at post MOASS party, and I like going around cutting farts and throwing them in people's faces, and everybody's like, what the f is going on here?
Yeah, I've learned there's really good opportunities when you're out and about in the grocery stores, like the optimum time when to crop dust.
Now that I
If you
know
have
of.
to go,
Yeah, I know. You know
right?
that the best time to crop dust, and this is my opinion. The best time to crop dust is just before the elevator door opens to the floor that you're going to exit on, but only when the elevator's empty. Only when
Uh,
you leave that hanging out in that elevator. You exit, and then and then and then hopefully there's people that walk onto the elevator, because then as the elevator doors are closing, you can turn around and give that one last look to everybody who's entered in, and you can either wave or you can wink, and the door just closes, and the screaming ensues, and you never see him again for the rest of your life.
you know, horrible. Here's a gift for you on your ride up or down. Oh God.
That in my opinion is probably the best time to crop dust. Duke of Wall Street says, I laughed
Brand
at your price target. We're heading lower.
lower.
MCon, this is I've got AP on here today. AP is one of the moderators and also somebody that I get with on a regular basis to just kind of do some DD with every single day, and talk about what it is that we're seeing, and I don't know, what else do we do? Oh, actually, AP is working on a project for me.
Yes, I am. Not just for Casey, but for the community
That's the best part.
through Casey.
That's the best part,
Yeah.
though. I think it's great. I think the fact that you're working on it is great. Brenda just said, "I've done the fart hold." Nuh-uh. Come on, Brenda. You don't. I don't know if I believe that.
Cup of cheese. Einstein with here's your cup of cheese instead of grenade.
Here's your cup of cheese.
Oh,
Duke, I'm glad you could laugh at my price prediction. I'm glad it brought you humor. Whatever makes you laugh. helps us to get by, I guess. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break. I will see you guys back here at 11 o'clock, and we'll get on to the middle portion of the day today. See you in just a bit.
Later.
I don't know what it is about these trampolines. I don't know what it is, but they never work. Ever. DSG, what is DSG saying? Let's see. The only noob investor are the ones that talk like those kind of people. When someone has an interest in selling, I want to hear from them. I want to know why they are staying and why you are holding. That is what I'm here. Be smart. You guys get all bent out of shape with your 10 shares. Calm down. Hey, what? Oh my gosh, what is going on in here? What is going on in here? Am I getting wolf packed? It might head down a little bit further and hit that SSR. I may have put it just a little too early. There was something. Hold on a second here, guys. I gotta see something. You're here for me. You're here for me. Come and get me. How you guys doing today? Checking the portfolio here. I'm gonna go ahead and update Fidelity, and then we'll switch over to check the numbers for the day today, guys. Oh man, that was a very sorry it took me a little bit to get back there. I had a lot to deal with in that 30 minutes that I had off there. It turned into 45, so I apologize about that. But I am back, and we'll take a look at the numbers here and see what we got going on. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. But anyways, moving on to the stats. All right, let's look at first off the off exchange. Off exchange an hour ago was reporting 54.49 and 12.44 on the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where it's at now. 54.71 and 13.41. So that off exchange still remains really high above the 30-day average. The EDGX is now seeing price discovery being hidden in the ETFs as well, and also over 1% higher than the normal 30-day average. We're looking at 67, almost it's 68, just a little over 68% in the off exchange traded so far, when a normal day would be around 64. So 4% higher than normal is pretty high for this time of the day. Definitely price discovery being hidden through that off exchange for sure. Let's take a look at borrow change. As of an hour ago, there was 76,000 shares having been returned. It is now 266,000 shares. And for those of you who are new to the channel, I can't see what it is you're writing until I get back to the main page and you see my picture again. So I won't see anything until then. That decrease in borrowed amount there, the return shares, is going to slightly lower that estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 20.86%. The cost to borrow is 2.61, which is also about zero point 0.2 lower than it was an hour ago. Let's take a look at the options. On the call side, let's see, at a $25 strike price, an hour ago there were 6.7 thousand contracts. There's now 9.3. On the puts, highest amount of volume coming in at a $20 strike price. That's actually down $2 from what it was an hour ago. At $22, it was 3.5 an hour ago. Now at $20, there is a 5.3 thousand contracts that are open now. So almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. Still signaling for about, well, actually it signaled 22.50 for closing price for the day. Then moved up to 23.50, now back to 22.50 again for a closing price. Does look like they're trying to push this down. They just avoided that trampoline. They're trying to push us down to that SSR tripping point. 40% is the usual trip, the point where you might see a price turnaround, which is 2060. 2098 is SSR. Only a 30-cent difference. No, 40-cent difference. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is 10th. Our buy to sell ratio is 59% to 41%, which is looking much, much better than what it was at the start of the day today. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing there. Looks like we're buying the dip for sure. GME is coming in at 11th. They have a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio, which is excellent. Very, very good looking for GME. Again, we do trip SSR at $20.98. Shares borrowed in the last hour. I do not see. 11. Is that 10 o'clock? Did I count those? I think I counted those. So I already counted those. So far for the day today, we have 2.95 million shares having been borrowed, compared to yesterday's 3.85 million. The borrow fee has dropped down from 1.7 to 1.5. 16.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 181,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. 69.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Did I say puts down here? 181 out of the money on the calls. Sorry. The Nasdaq is down 1.92, Dow Jones is down 0.3, and the S&P 500 is down 0.79. Our market is declining with 4,982 decliners to 2,617 advancers. The VIX is up 9.15%. IWM is down 1.57. Tesla is down 4.38. Amazon is down 2.13. Cinemark is down 3.99. Doge is up 12.11. Bitcoin is down 1.48. GameStop is down 8.7. Our gold mine is down 3.6. Hood is down 5.93 and AMC is down 8.07%, getting ever so closer to that 2098 mark. Inflow versus outflow, $8 million spread with more outflow than inflow, and our total amount of volume for the day today is 23.97 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 54.3 million shares. I have a feeling I'm going to be off on volume today, guys. The volume I predicted this morning at pre-market was 15 to 35. If I'm lucky, well, I don't want us to be lucky, first off. But I don't mind being low. I never mind being low in the volume predictions. So we might end up seeing like 40, 45. So I might be off by 5 or 10 million shares unless we have a run up at the very end of the day and there's a bunch of volume on a run up at the end of the day. On the weekly interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.31. On the daily, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.66. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.08. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.69. We are heavily, heavily oversold. All the indicators are showing massive amounts of way oversold signaling going on here. And in a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 29.26. Several points outside. They really need the liquidity, apparently. All right, let's see what's going on here. Which boy? CS Trades, how's it going? I'm getting bombed by the wolf pack. Oh, it's good to see you guys. Who is the wolf pack? The wolf pack, CSI, or is it? It's just CS Trades. There's a difference. I'm sorry, CS Trades. There is a difference between CS Trades and CSI. CS Trades has his own channel. He's Canadian, and he has his own YouTube channel. I don't know when he streams. I actually don't know when his normal hours of streaming is, but he has his own channel. Hold on a second here. Oh yeah, just Doug. We love Casey. There he is. He put it in there. CS Trades 101 on YouTube. I'm just gonna let you guys know this. CS, likes is not a thing for me, man. Like you guys, in fact, if you guys want to hit the dislike button, feel free to. Like I don't, I really just am here to record history, and I don't care if you guys like it or not. I don't. It doesn't do me any good. I don't collect anything from it, so it's just uh it's just a button. If you're angry, hit whatever you want to hit. Just start smashing buttons. Just beat the devil out of it like you would your brush. Remtax says if Doge is running, we should run after that. It almost a delayed algo off of Doge. Not always, but happened many times before. I remember specifically in May of last year, Remtech, and the fact that you said this is that I was invested very heavily in AMC, and everybody else in my work department was like Doge this, Doge that, and they had bought in at like 15 cents, and it ran up to 70 some odd cents. And I told them all, I said, you guys should sell. It's going to start dropping. It's a pump and dump. You better sell now. Get out while you can and start buying AMC because AMC is going to start running. And nobody believed me. Nobody listened. And it sure enough, it started tanking and AMC started just absolutely blasting off after that. And I was just like, I tried to tell you guys. But you know what? People did start listening, though. People did start listening at some point when the price really started kind of booming on AMC, and they did start buying. Gary says, "Good morning, Casey. Bought 100 more. Congratulations on more shares there, Gary." 2022. I don't know if it did pass or not, but we can take a look. And it's good to see you too, CSI. Let's check and see. Um, Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. I guess we'll go to final rules. Wow. As of April 1st, is this an April Fool's joke? Okay, it says here, comments due 21 days after publication in the Federal Register, but it does say here uh, that notice of filing and immediate effectiveness of a proposed rule change to make certain changes to Rule 52 to support processing of interval fund repurchase orders, remove underwriting tender offer provisions, and make certain other clarifications. So let me just see if I can check this out. Hereby given on March 24th, the proposed rule change and described in sections item 1, 2, and 3 below, which items have been prepared by the clearing agency. Let's see. This is definitely going to take some time to read over. But I do want to read this because it does have to do with, based on item number 2 here, I'm seeing that it's the clearing agency's statement of purpose of and statutory basis for the proposed rule change. And it talks about interval fund repurchase orders. Interval funds are closed-end funds that periodically offer to repurchase shares from their shareholders in compliance with Rule 23C-3. And again, I can't see what it is you guys are writing when I'm going over this stuff, which is a lot of the reason why sometimes I just don't like covering stuff in front of you guys. I would rather answer questions. But if I scroll to the very end of this, my guess is that it's going to say, based off of the cover portion of the letter, it says that it's been effective immediately. The foregoing rule change has become effective at any time within 60 days of the filing of the proposed rule change. The commission summarily, yeah, it looks like it has been. Looks like they have, it does look like they indeed passed the comment section up. At least for those those section 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if there are further sections involved in this or not, but at least for those 3 sections. I would have to do some more in-depth reading, but it does appear that it does appear to be the case. Froggy's up on here too. Dang, you guys. It's like it's like everybody's here. It's the whole clan. What happens? What happens if there's a convergence of all these YouTube people in one spot? Is that like crossing the streams with the Ghostbusters? Is this what this is coming down to? Like legit, I feel like if we got all of the YouTubers in one spot at one time, that's legitimately like crossing the streams of the Ghostbusters. It would be unprecedented and dangerous. I guess so. Alrighty. Let's take a look at some of the news here. Actually, give me 2 seconds, guys. I gotta go let my dog in. He was kind of being a little bit of a jerk and demanding that he go outside, even though he'd already been outside. And so I was like, you know what, I'll just let him outside and run around for a little bit. Let me go grab him real quick, and then I'll come right back. He's so demanding. And now he's like looking at me like, why'd you let me out there for so long? It's like you were the one that wanted to go out. Screw the hedgies. Michael, that is probably one of the biggest concerns that I have too. You can write as many rules as you want, but until they're actually enforced with rules that or with penalties that actually mean something, those rules are just kind of cannon fodder. It's just not. They're blanks. They're blanks. They don't really mean a whole lot, in my opinion. The good news is, Michael, the good news is, and this is just my opinion, but the good news is that we didn't need all these rules and regulations to have squeezes in the past. So there's nothing, in my opinion, that means that we need to have these rules and regulations in place in order for us to have a squeeze play happen. So with rules and regulations being passed, I think that that's a good step, first initial steps forward towards changing of the markets for the future, but it certainly doesn't change our situation any. Yes, Froggy. Actually, I meant to add you as a moderator as soon as I saw you next time. So there you go, sir. Let's see here. I want to get a kind of a big picture of what's going on with where we're moving in price right now. This trampolines are like kryptonite. I mean, the whole market is down. Look at the VIX is up at 10.72% up. I mean, this is if you want to know what the beginnings of a market crash look like, this could be it. This could absolutely be it. I mean, this is not terrible. 10.72 is not that bad, but I mean, if it continues to get worse, that's pretty hefty. I got to remember to leave this box in here because Adam was making fun of me about it. Is that a descending parallel? It almost looks like a descending parallel channel. Let me try drawing that real quick here. Should probably draw it from the bottom side. If that is a descending parallel channel and we're breaking out of it now going up, it may be the end of the bottom of this phase of it. I actually, I don't have two touch points here. I really don't have two touch points. If I was going to say that yeah, I do. I have two touch points right here. One, two on the bottom. This could be a breakout going up on this descending parallel channel. 21.31%. I'm marking it down for synthetic price failure. That is a 37.9% drop in price since 34.33. What I need to do one day, Sam, I've joked about this in the past. What would happen if I just put like trampolines across the entire day and I just set them up all the way across, like whatever price we just don't want it to go underneath. and I just drew like a whole bunch of if whether or not that would work, I have no idea, but it does seem to be a trend to where they absolutely avoid my trampolines at all cost. I don't know how I managed to do that. I'm gonna have to do some more reading on it, Doctor. Um, this is not my strength by any means. I usually actually go to somebody like Charlie's videos, maybe even Pantheon, to try and get some information about, some more in-depth reading on these proposed rules. So there's three different sections. Clearing agency's statement of the terms of substance of the proposed rule change. Item two, which is clearing agency's statement of propose of and the statutory basis for the. Oh no, no, wait, that's the same thing. Where does it actually say the clearing agency has prepared summaries set forth in sections A, B, C below of the most significant aspects of such statements. Let me see if I can get to the meat of it. Interval funds, order processing, interval funds are closed-end funds that periodically offer to repurchase shares from their shareholders in compliance with Rule 23C3 under the Investment Company Act of 1940. Interval funds make periodic offers to buy back shares from shareholders as disclosed in the fund's prospectus and annual shareholder reports. Each offer will specify the repurchase period, start and end dates during which the fund will accept shareholder repurchase requests to sell their shares back to the fund. The repurchase occurs on the last day of the repurchase period or a later specified trade date. Fund serve order processing. NSCC members can submit interval fund repurchase orders on behalf of shareholders to the fund members using fund serve. Fund serve is an NSCC service described in Rule 52 that provides for processing and settling of fund serve eligible funds, which includes certain mutual fund, bank collective fund, and other pooled investment product transactions between fund companies, including interval funds and their distributors. I'm just going to post this link for you guys because quite honestly, like this is so dry. I can't even my mouth can't even take this. I can't take this reading this out loud. It's like it's horrific. These are the kind of documents here where, if I'm going to fully understand this, I'm going to have to read through it like 4 or 5 times just to make sure I completely understand what it's saying. This is bad. Bad. It's like bad in the fact that I hate reading. It's not it's not bad. It's just I hate reading. This is terrible. So much reading. Let's see. Section 2 is removal of underwriting tender offer provisions. And section 3 is clarifications. Says NSCC expects to implement the proposed rule changes on March 28th, 2022, as proposed. A legend would be added to Rule 52, stating there are changes that became effective upon filing with the Commission, but have not yet been implemented. The proposed legend would also indicate that the proposed rule change would be implemented on March 28th, indicated the file number of the proposal, and indicate that once the proposal is implemented, the legend would automatically be removed. Hmm. Check your link. Hold on a second. Where's your link at? I don't see a link. Try submitting your link again, Froggy, because I don't see a link there. Thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, no, hold on. Wait. I'm checking the link. Here we go. What is this? Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, man. I have a feeling I got. I got. I forgot I had already. Jacob says this is the content we need. I got. So here's the deal, guys. I forgot I had already made Froggy a. Yeah, I am. I'm so naive. I forgot that I already made Froggy a moderator a long time ago, and so if it was the real Froggy that had been in here, he would have already had the tool next to him. I'm the tool. I'm the tool this time. I done I done been got. Consider myself joked, pranked. Oh man, not Joe, super admin. He probably, JP, it's a good thing that I took it away from him because if I had left it on there, he probably would have started silencing people like you. Laugh out loud. I can do that. Won't look near as good though. I'm not gonna pull it back up again. That's gonna show up in my search history. Dang it. I mean, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me, but all right, we're getting a lot of consolidation in here uh, with this price. I just want to know that that was mediocre trader, guys. I want to know that was mediocre trader that was doing that because if it was mediocre trader, it would make me feel a lot better. Because mediocre trader said he's going to get me back, um, and I know he is. I have full faith that it's coming. and I don't even know if I'm looking forward to him getting me back at all, but I'm sure it's gonna happen eventually. Peach is the way. Millions of peaches, peaches for free. I'm really looking forward to today's 2 o'clock beer. I don't know. I might actually have to go with a Brave Bull today. I have beers, but I'm really I'm really feeling like a Brave Bull instead, or a adventurous ape. I'm feeling like an adventurous ape more than I am a beer. Doctor says, wow, infiltration. Doctor says the document means Fugazi. Um, can we twerk the price? You sure you can? Why not? Be my guest. I gotta check my messages now on Twitter because I have a feeling I'm gonna be getting a message here. Sanjay says I left for 5 minutes and Froggy got a wrench. So actually, Froggy already has a wrench. Sanjay, Froggy already has a wrench. That was fake Froggy. I forgot that there was a day where we had Froggy, real Froggy, and fake Froggy in here at the same time, and so I gave the real Froggy a wrench, and I forgot about that, and so fake Froggy fooled me today. I'm not gonna, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I almost screwed that up. I almost pulled a George Bush on that one. But yeah, you'll get me. I am pretty naive. I'm a I'm a simpleton. Simpleton, easy to pull one over on me, guy over here. You found my weakness. SEC rules should have an audiobook selection. You know what I should do, Jeebs? Uh, I want to just call you Jeebs from now on, and just ignore the fact that there's another B in there. But Jeebs, Jabeebs, that just sounds weird. I like Jeebs better. Do you guys remember Jeeves? Ask Jeeves on Netflix, I think it was. Anyways, um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I have no idea. Squirrel. Yeah, you won't fool me again. Jabibs. What did Jabib say? SEC. Oh yeah. What if I did this, Jabibs? What if I said, what if I did, if I needed to make some money, I could always do like readings by Bob Ross on the SEC rules. I could put people to sleep. I could literally cause people to go straight to sleep with those kind of readings. Boy, I could do that. Come fall asleep. Come fall asleep to some romantic NSCC documentation reading, where you'll find your zen, the peacefulness, and in your sleep you will learn everything it is that you need to know about rule changes within the SEC. I could sell that stuff. I do it all the time. I'll go into a space call and I'll just fall asleep listening to people talk. Abdul says I smoke jibs. I know, but J Beebs just sounds like it's too hard to say. I just want to call you Jebs. It's like so much easier. It's your choice. I'm either gonna call you Jebs or Beebs. You get to choose, but it's not gonna be J Bebs. or J Beebs. My Empire Fire, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen you. Good to see you again. My employer has really bad mouth hygiene, and I call him Tartar Binks. That's terrible. Does he like lean over your shoulder and like talk to you, and like that just like they're like right here, and it's like that just that breath like just kind of wafts down into your like area, your general space, and you're just kind of like, oh God. I've had those. I've had to work with coworkers like that. It's just like, please don't talk. Don't. No. S- Sit. Sit. Don't come over here. You just talk from where you're at. I can hear you fine. What? There's a partition? Oh, I'm sorry. It's there for a reason. Wait till you come over to CS Trades Wolfpack. We'll have you for breakfast. Oh man, that sounds enticing. I just need a bomb ass sativa and I can hang with Bob. What? Why do I not know what that is? Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to look up that word because I have no idea. I have a feeling I know what it is, but I don't really know what it is. Okay, yeah, cannabis. All right. I had a feeling it had something to do with smoking, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Yeah, I've never. I'm not. I'm not. Jeeves is fine. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Since I gave you a choice. Old Yeller is supposed to speak about crypto again on Thursday. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cryptocurrency is gonna just tank. It is absolutely gonna tank when that happens. Just watch. AP's like, that's weed, man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm old school here. Back in the day we called it ganja or the devil's lettuce or I don't know what else we called it. Hashish. I don't know. There's a lot of hippie lettuce. There it is. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do. I wonder what the feds are gonna do about cryptocurrency. Dude, I can only imagine the day that everybody wakes up and they find out that the only way that you can get your cryptocurrency is through a market because every other website that they use for their wallets is shut down by the federal government. You go to your website to use your wallet and you have no website to use your wallet on. I actually don't know how cryptocurrency works all that well, but I would imagine you have to go to a website in order to use your wallet. And if you log into the website and it's just shut down, DSC says Shaw is just trying to come up with something to talk about to keep the morons checking in every day. And here you are. That's the best part. And here you are. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Make sure you hit the don't like or make DSG, please. Uh, Everybody, not just DSG, but DSG especially. Make sure you hit the dislike button down below. I want to make sure I want to make sure I know that you keep coming back. So make sure you hit that every single day that you keep coming back in here, because it really excites me to know that you keep coming back even though you think this is stupid. It makes me happy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. No, really. Thank you. I used to love that. My mom told me one time, she's like, Casey, somebody keeps disliking your videos. I was like, really? Seriously? Like somebody really is pushing on the dislike button and they keep doing it? And she goes, yes, and they're doing it every day. And I'm like, that's so cool. I'm like, that's great. I love it. That's awesome. All right, Remtac. Yes. I mean, it's so funny to me, like, like I'm gonna care. This is like a totally non-monetized show. DSG's all like, I'm not gonna hit like, I'm gonna hit dislike. All right. Woo. Bad Back's burner account. That's funny. Oh man. I envision people like DSG as being like my coworker. My coworker, not you guys, my old coworkers. The one that, every single day when AMC stock would go down, he would come up with that smirk on his face. That um, like that I'm an asshole and I just can't wait to rub it in smirk. You know what I'm talking about, right? And he's got that look, and I'm walking up, and every single time I know exactly the words that are going to come out of his mouth, and he's like, "Hey, how's AMC doing today?" It's just like I just so many times I just wanted to look at him, stare him straight in the face, and just be like, "You're a moron. You're a moron. You just don't even realize how much you're a moron." And then the irony behind it is that when AMC did run up in May, he comes to me. He had the audacity to come up to me and say, "I told you it was going to happen." Like literally, those are the words that came out of his mouth was, "I told you it was going to happen." I was just like, I had somebody who was standing with me who knew he had been saying these things every single day, and then when he said that, the person was there was like, "Why didn't you tear him a new asshole when he said that?" And I said, it wasn't worth my time. And I know that he's going to drop out early when this thing does start to run. He will always be the guy that misses the rocket ship, and he will be the one where he'll be, he'll drop out before this. He'll be the one that launches the rocket ship. He'll be the ignition, the igniter, the flame that gets us going. And then we'll leave him behind as he's sitting there watching us take off in the rocket ship. And I'll just wave. See you, buddy. Bye. Say hi to your dad. And it cracks me up. So I just don't even waste my time. I love that ABC. We're co-historians. Ooh, I love that. That is good. That's fire, in my opinion. That is good sauce. We're co-historians. Oh man, I'm gonna remember that. Uh, don't blame DSGKC. Too many nitrous oxide balloons. Avatar speaks for itself. What is it? Is that a? It's a Grateful Dead sign, right? Isn't that the Grateful Dead head? I have to look up their sign. Yeah, it's the Grateful Dead insignia. Did the I don't know this kind of stuff, but is that like a fact? Did like the Grateful Dead used to use a lot of nitrous or something? What's the um what's the reference? Kevin, I'm not gonna say it. I know you're just gonna make fun of me when I say Popeye. Pie pie. Pie pie. Volume market wide sucks today. It's because liquidity across the entire market's drying up. All right, let's check our numbers, guys. It's time. Abdul, I'm not leading people to sell at any specific time. If you want to choose to follow indicators that I'm following, to choose when it is that you're going to sell, it's your choice, man. It's your money, right? Like, first and foremost, I can't stress that enough. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I want you to make your choice because you can't put it on me, right? You're not going to pin anything that happens on me for being right, wrong, or in the middle, right? You're going to make your own decisions. It's your money. You need to make your own decisions. I'm simply going to be live streaming, showing you the indicators that I think are good indicators that I'm going to sell on, right? I'm showing you what I'm doing. I'm not telling you what to do or leading you to do what you're going to do. You're leading yourself. You are your own investor and you can make your own decisions. Don't rely on me. Don't trust everything that I say. Verify everything. It's your money. You need to take responsibility for your money. You do. Don't let other people control your money. Control it for yourself. Somebody else said it on this channel one time. They said, what did they say? They said, give me power and I'll give it back to the people. And I love that saying. I don't know where it came from. It sounds like it had to have been created by somebody. I've got it written down in my notes here. I can probably tell you guys who it was that said it on the stream. I tried looking it up and I couldn't find that quote anywhere. Give me power and I'll give the power to the people. And I think that, and I didn't write it down. Damn it! Why didn't I write down who said that? I should have done that. It's true though, guys. It's true. The power, you have that responsibility. Own it. Where's the off exchange now? 97%. Let's go take a look at it. Let's see the numbers. Off exchange. 54.71 and 13.41. Let's see what it's at now. 55.43 and 13.04. That makes it 68.47, which is 4% higher, at least 4.5% higher, at least from what we're used to seeing in the off exchange as a normalcy. 5%, 4% is a lot. 5% is a lot of off exchange usage, more than a normal amount, right? Like, I mean, just 5% of volume for the day is a lot of volume. I'm going to start taking a look at Vortex data for our I almost called it a coal mine, for our gold mine, just because I want to see it in depth. I'm not going to read it off to you guys, but I'm just kind of take a look at it because I want to glance at it every once in a while just to see what it's at. Looking at Ortex data for AMC though, an hour ago it was 266,000 shares having been returned. It's now 253, so that's going to have a little bit of positive impact. Hold on a second. I screwed up my format. How do I manage to do that like so many times? It's crazy. Okay, so 253,000 shares having been returned, lower than what it was an hour ago. That's going to change the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.86. The cost to borrow is 2.58. That is dropping as the day moves forward. Let's take a look at those options. On the call options, highest amount of volume currently at a $25 strike price. It went from 9.3 to 10.4. On on the puts, at a $20 strike price an hour ago it was 5.3. It's now 6.2. So the market's still kind of indicating a 22.50 closing price for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has slipped out of 10th. It looks like GME caught that spot. They've got 75% buys to 25% sales. Looking very, very strong on GME. AMC slipped into 11th position with 61% buys to 39% sales. We are absolutely 100% buying this dip. $20.98 is SSR trip. Excuse me, man, I was yawning. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. 16.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 180.5 out of the money options are available for the calls. And then we have 72.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 1.62, Dow Jones is down 0.13, and the S&P 500 is down 0.55. The market is declining with 4,914 decliners to 2,695 advancers. We currently have the VIX up 8.78, Bitcoin is down 1.31, IWM is down 1.24, Tesla is down 3.73, Amazon is down 1.85, Cinemark is down 3.44, Doge is up 19.93%. It's running. GME is down 7.22. The gold mine is down 2.89. Hood is down 5.43, and AMC is down 6.56. We currently have 10 million more dollars in outflow than inflow right now, and 27 million shares having been traded for the day today. We're definitely on pace to outdo volume that I had predicted earlier this morning, but let's see what kind of pace we're on right now. $48.45 million shares traded for the day today is the pace that we're on. I suggested that it might be somewhere between 15 and 35 million. So we're going to be over. We're going to be over volume than what I predicted, but it's not. I mean, I don't mind being under. It's not that far off. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.79. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.68. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.56. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.45. And finally, coming out of a very long oversold dip for the day. And on the 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.92, which is right down the middle. Are we going to get, I swear, like, if Adam ends up being right, that we like form this like beautiful cup and handle, like just on the other side of my box there, and missing the trampoline, that's going to be absolutely insane. I'm going to delete the rest of these lines though. I'm gonna keep that one up. The 53 or the 2350, 55, I think. That's gonna be nuts. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna pull up. Somebody asked me to do this earlier, where I did a review of the run up back in January of last year, um, and I'm just kind of noticing this little J hook portion right here. If we zoom in on it, I want to go back in time and I want to see this little J hook right here, and I want to see how far the price went down and then what happened. Like, did it start rising in price right here in the aftermarket hours, or was it during market hours? So let's go take a look at that right now. Oh, I'm on a 30-minute interval. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it. Son of a gun. So that little J hook's going to be right here, I think. Oh no, it's right here. Wait, I don't know where it's at. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, J hook. This is the rise in price though. So it would be the spot right here. It's a 30-minute interval, so it's really difficult to see how much of a J hook there was in there, but it definitely started rising in price. The rise in price started at noon and really started taking off at 12:30. But we're well beyond that time right now. There's noon. There's 12:30. This is why this stuff is like really. This is why I don't like changing the size of these fractals, because I just don't think that you're supposed to do that. They're never going to follow exactly the same. But there's a definite little dip down just before it starts rising in the middle of the day. Let's go back and take a look at volume for that period of time just before that run up. Right, where did it go? Yep, volume started off really low that day. You can see the volume starting to settle down, and then volume like in the middle of the day just started like ramping like massively. Interesting. Hmm. All right, let me see what you guys are writing. Warren says, new sub, thank you. You're welcome. We're doing this together, man. Don't thank me. We thank each other, right? Thank you. No, thank you. We're co-historians here. We're making history. So 788 saying, why do they push the price down, then buy back before trading closes when nobody is selling? So part of it is if they can, I think it all has to do with the derivatives, to be honest with you. If they can get as many derivatives. So check it out. Like, what would you do, right? If you had a position, if you were totally bought into a company, right, and you could affect the price of the company, just pretend this for a minute. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had a bunch of put contracts or short positions that were open, and you knew price was getting to the point to where it was going to rise out of control and you had no ability to control it any longer, that it was you were going to be forced to go into the market to buy shares, what would you do? And I think the answer is that you would close as many positions as you possibly can before that happens. Why? Because you don't want them to be open on the books when the price does start to rise, because then the amount of liquidity that you're going to need to avoid margin calls is going to be through the roof. The roof. The roof. Whoever suggested I should play that "Roof is on Fire" song? I hate you. It's been stuck in my head for like weeks now. Yeah, and Kevin, this is why I tell people, like, don't just hang out here, right? Like, go get other people's information. I'm a historian. I mean, not really. I'm not official historian, but I want to document this process. So you're not going to get the best DD here ever. I do have things to offer in regards to DD, but I don't have the best DD. I watch other YouTubers. I don't even consider myself a YouTuber. I just am here recording what's going on. So go out, and if I'm providing you some dull content for a period of time, you're not gonna miss out. I'm always here. I'll be here when you come back. You know, go check out somebody else out, and certainly don't just take my word for everything. Go out there and find other information. Spy's having a solid turnaround on the second half of the session. Let me check it out. Did I just type that wrong? No, I pulled it up. Looks identical, nearly, not completely, but yeah, it's certainly definitely pulling up here, isn't it? Yeah, Remtac, that's again, I can't stress enough that when I pull apart a fractal, I don't like to expand it, and that's what I had to do in order for them to match up. I don't like extending them. Actually, I don't mind. Here's what I don't mind. I don't mind extending the fractals time-wise as a compression. What I don't like doing is raising the height and the high and the lows on those fractals, because that changes the whole pattern. Just extending the time and expanding it or contracting it, I'm okay with. But I just don't want to see what I did earlier, which is where I kind of expanded. But I do believe that there are some specific unique patterns in price movement that occur before you see rips. And so, this little scooping, this little scoop that you see here is definitely one of those telltale signs. MCOM, when you say was what was the catalyst for the volume um, compression? At some point when they suppress volume, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. Let me think of an analogy. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm just going to use the car engine. So in a piston, in the cylinder, the piston is driving the air and fuel mixture and compressing it, right? And it gets to a certain point. It's it's the compressed vapors being ignited that causes the perfect air to fuel mixture with compression of that fuel to air ratio is what causes the explosion of the piston leaving, right? And so what I would have to say about what it is that you're asking, if you try to relate it, is that our buying pressure, right, is the piston, and we're buying into a whole bunch of resistance, which is the air and the fuel. What is the air and the fuel? The air is the volume, and the fuel is price being compressed, right? You have price going down and volume going down, being compressed, and so it's synthetically being compressed. And when it ignites, you have like the proper fuel to air ratio, or in our case, volume suppression and price suppression, to where it ignites and pushes the piston away and blows up both your price and your volume at the same time. And it's an unavoidable reaction to suppression of price and volume. It's absolutely 100% unavoidable. They cannot stop it from happening, only because of what we're doing on our end, which is applying pressure consistently. When you take away the consistent, or maybe another way to put it is, let's say for example our piston, us, right, has a little nick in the piston, right? So now your piston's leaking air and fuel through that leak in the piston. So now we're not buying it, and the buying pressure is not as great, and so the air to fuel ratio is not correct, and so it misfires. So you may have periods of time where you don't have a good liftoff period of time, right? Like you don't get good volume and price um, ratios that give you the combustion that you need to blow the price and the volume up. I hope that makes sense, but you're probably wondering in your head, you're going like, why in the world does car parts on a compression of volume of air and fuel have to do with volume and price? And all I would have to say is it's just, it's sheer mechanics of the way that a system is usually built. It's surprising how often you can take different analogies of mechanical moving uh, engineering type methodologies and apply them to other scenarios where the same engineering type methodologies are used. So I would say that, yeah, we're talking car apples and oranges, two totally different things here: car parts and how a car engine works versus how the stock price movement works. And you're going like, this can't possibly be related, but I would tell you that I think they can be related, because only because we're in a very specific situation where we're buying and holding. In a normal market where people would be afraid of selling pressure, you would have massive leaks and your engines would never function the way that they're supposed to function. And so you just have people selling, right? They just sell whenever they see a 20% drop or a 10% drop in price. But because we're doing the buying and holding, it's causing a perfect failure, but in a failure in the system because we're making it work the way that it's supposed to. We're creating demand and supply, actually a lack of supply, by continuously buying into this and pushing it. Well, we're pushing upwards, and they're trying to push it downwards synthetically. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I went like on a long rant there. Maybe only 1% of you maybe like got something out of that. I don't know. I gotta read through what you guys are saying. I appreciate that, DSG. If it's dead, then why are you still here? Ooh, thick. I love what you just said, man. Casey's here because they will skew the history books and not tell what actually happened. There's like I'm starting to go back and look at DFV's videos from his YouTube channel. Like I think those are so underrated. Like he was legit creating history, and like I don't think any of us appreciate the fact that he has it recorded and that we can go back and still watch it. If you wanna understand this whole process, like go back and watch DFE. He's out there. He's got his content out there for you to watch. Kevin's sending me some springs. That's awesome, man. Appreciate that. I think it might need them. What it really needs is a magnet. Dan says change car engine to tractor engine. No spark needed, and compression is the key to ignition. Oh, O'Reilly's. There's no way I can't read that thick and not sing it. Einstein says the principles of mechanics and movement are universal. People wrote the algos using these principles, and just like your car, it can break. Actually, but see, that's the thing, Einstein. That's the funny part about this is we're actually making the car work. Like it's the system is broken. The system is what is broken and is allowed to be manipulated so that it doesn't work, right? But we're actually doing what it takes to fix the system, right? Like, how does a stock rise in price? How does a stock ever rise in price if some company just decides I'm going to short this into oblivion and I'm going to bankrupt the company? if there's demand, a company can become profitable through their stocks. And we are supplying that demand. We are giving demand to AMC and saying, no, we're going to make the system work. Well, how do we do that? To make the system work, all you have to do is just exactly what we've been doing, is buying and holding, because that's how it's supposed to work. And so when they try to make it break, it ends up failing. It ends up failing their system. Their system fails because the system really does work. It's just that it takes time. That's the only factor, is it takes time. I don't know if it's going to trip or not today, Gus. It's a possibility. It's a definite possibility. I'm not worried about it if it does. Well, DSG, I guess I'll take that as a compliment if I'm the only one. I'm the only one who, well, I'm not the only one. I'm the only one streaming for 9 hours that's, I'm just the only one streaming for 9 hours. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm the only one streaming for 9 hours. So I gotta have things to talk about, of course. The statement that you said earlier is, about me just trying to say stuff just to keep people here. I'm not really trying to keep people here. They're just here because they want to be, I guess. But I don't know. 9 hours. That's correct, Unique. And today it was 3 and 4 days, right? So in the past, historically, if you go back and you look at the history on AMC, it was January 20th is when we tripped SSR, and May 19th. Hold on a second. I'm going to lose it. February. I might have my dates wrong. Hold on a second. That can't be right. January 20th and May 20th? Hold on a second. I got to go back in time here and check something out real quick, because I feel like this is wrong. January. Yeah, 19th. So my chart looks a little jacked up when I don't change the time frame, because I'm looking at a 30-minute scale, so it jacks up the time. So it was January 19th and May 20. I think it was May 20th. Let me just put my chart back on the daily, and then I'll know for sure. Anyways, the May 20th and January 19th dates were the dates that I believe SSR was tripped on AMC, and approximately 3 days later, price started ripping. Now, we tripped it last week on Wednesday. Um, yeah, May 20th and January 19th. Why did it do that? So, so here's the deal, why is that not right? Give me 1 second, guys. I don't know why I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my Excel spreadsheet here, and it's not January 19th, May. Oh, I think I know what I did. So I'm looking back in the past here, and I was looking to see if there was any other dates that we tripped SSR as well. So it looks like May 19th we tripped. May 19th we tripped. It wasn't May 20th. It was May 19th that we tripped, and then we also tripped SSR on. There was no dates prior to that were like very close. Everything else would have been like over a month away. Okay, so May 19th, and let's make sure I got this one correct. Yeah, okay. So January 20th and May 19th. Now I got the numbers right. And then let me just make sure that there were no dates prior to January 19th or January 20th that we tripped SSR. I'm going backwards in time here just to look and see. I'm going to put my calculation in here and see if it pops up with anything. Okay, so nothing really recent before that. So I went back to like the beginning or the end of December to look and see if there was an SSR trip before that, and I don't really see any of them. But the other one was GME. GME also tripped SSR just before their run up in January as well. Today would have been that day where if we had tripped SSR, we had since we tripped last Wednesday, you count out 3 days, 1, 2, 3. That would have been yesterday. But because GME had, when you look at GMEs, it took 4 days for GMEs. I said either 3 days or 4 days is kind of like the average for when we trip, and then you see a big price run. So if we trip again today, I don't know. Like that's going to be very unusual because we've never had that happen before. In the past, it never tripped twice before running. It was only once, only one time. I'm looking up to like a month beforehand, and I don't see any information that would show any kind of like double dippings into SSR trips. Let me go back to May and check May again. So I'm going back to like April. Nothing in April. That's not true. 412. We had one time where we tripped on 412, and then, but that was a long ways away though. 412 and 519. I'm really far behind on notes. I'm gonna skip ahead. Uh-oh. Oh, I guess DSG got the kick. Oh, my moderators are doing their jobs. You know it's bad. If my moderators kick you out, you know it's bad. You guys, these moderators extremely lenient and they let you guys have free reign. If you've gone too far, you've gone too far. CM says, Casey, you've built it and they've come. I mean, that's what I always kind of felt like was is like if I just kind of started doing something, maybe people would want to see it. I don't know. Um, that's one of my favorite sayings from one of my favorite movies. If you build it, they will come. I don't know. I feel like I'm building a community of people, and I feel like we're gonna need each other after this is all said and done and it's over. So my hopes is that as a community we'll be able to rely on each other after this is done, to be able to help each other out through the whole process of after MOASS. So that's all I'd have to say. Is just that like after this is all said and done, guys, we're gonna need help. And my hope is that we can trust each other enough to be able to help each other out. Oh man, Buck, I'll show you. If you really want to know, I'll show you what it was that caused us to stop MOASS. Let me show you this. Let me pull up the paper, the documentation. Share dilution. Now, I want you to ignore one of these points in here because I've since found out that I was incorrect on one of these points, that it was an actual share issuance during that period of time, but it's not a it's not one of those things that makes a difference. Oh, dang it. What did I just do? All right. So first I'm just going to draw on this and say, first off, ignore this. This is the 72 million right here was not uh, actually part of it. But what I want you to see though is that our run up, there was 13.8 million shares sold into the market by Wanda just prior to our run up, and you can see volume down here. Let me see if I can zoom in on this picture. It doesn't seem to want me to zoom in. So again, ignore this line over here. But what I want you to see specifically, let me see if I can get rid of my info. So what I want you to specifically see here is we started the run up right here before those shares that were ever introduced into the market, those 13.8 million that were sold by Wanda. And then I think because of the 13.8 million shares that were introduced at that period of time, I think that helped a little bit alleviate the pressure on the so to speak balloon at the time. But then you started seeing a big price run up right after that, which was at the end of the May. Then we had 51.5 million shares introduced into the market on January 1st, or not January, June 1st and June 2nd. 50.5 on June 1st and 1 million on June 2nd, and those were issued by AMC into the market. And in my opinion, that ended us right there. That was enough shares introduced into the marketplace to stop us from our run up right there. Because in my opinion, this would have been over. Even with the 13.8 million shares being injected in, I think we still could have overcome that with the run up. But it was the 51.5 million shares that were injected in the market right when they were injected, to where you can see on loan the number of loans, the number of loaned shares dropped dramatically immediately after those shares went into the market. Immediately after they went into the market, and you can see on loan average age per day dropping shortly thereafter. They used those shares to pay off loans and that's essentially what happened. And so when they did that, it gave them a lot more ability to be able to affect price and start manipulating price back down. So 100% share dilution, in my opinion, it's not on the table for me anymore. I will not I will not accept share dilution as an option. Ooh, you know what I love, guys? The attacks come the strongest right before we're about to win. The attacks come strongest just before we're about ready to win here, guys. These are people who are desperate. They are absolutely desperate to convince you that you should not be a part of this. This is a done deal. It's dead. We weren't crying about it last week when it was at 12 something dollars, 2 weeks ago when it was at $12, but we're crying now because it's at 21.30. That's the best part about this. Oh man, this is so over. We were down to, what were we down to? $12, and what was it? $12.92. $12.92, and you didn't see anybody coming in here acting like this now, did you? Nobody came in here and started acting like this before. Now all of a sudden they're in here. This is good stuff, guys. Steven says, I have a question. Go for it, Steven. Yell it out. Monty's he's not gonna play around. Is this normal for AMC and GME? I don't see anything different than usual. I'm not seeing anything different. What's volume at currently right now? They got us some minutes in here are under or at 60,000 shares a minute, so it does look like they're going to try and push for that. Perhaps a SSR. They might even take this down to the 40% level and turn it around at 2060. There's a chance. I mean, the fact that it's gone down this far, usually it does mean it's going to make the additional 40% mark. I don't see anything unnormal to me, Steven. I'm not seeing anything. Nick says I'm crying and buying more. It's your money, it's your choice, Nick. Remember that. Also remember the rules. Remember the golden rules above all else. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Buy and hold, and only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading. Cash account, no margin. I get asked the question a lot, it always kind of confuses me a little bit. Like, why not margin? Um, a cash account is so much more safer. There could potentially be issues. I'm not saying there will be with a margin account. If you're on margin, there definitely will be issues. If you're on a margin account with no margin, you might be okay, but this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. You want an answer like that? It might be okay. No, you don't. You don't want those kind of answers. You're like, no, nope, nope. I'm gonna go the extra mile, to throw on a little protection. I'm gonna be in a cash account. Thank you very much. if we did trip SSR today, guys, today is the last day that I said that, we would need to see, we would start seeing price improvement by, 3 to 4 days after the last tripping of SSR. This may mean that they're just, I mean, we haven't seen, there's no past historical evidence that this has ever happened before where it's happened twice. SSR has tripped twice back to back like this before running up in price. So we're in new territory, which is a good thing. I like being in new territory. It's not necessarily a bad thing. To me, that tells me that there's extra desperation. It could be very soon. I don't know the exact answer to that. 2 weeks, unique. Welcome to the channel. 2 weeks. And if you don't know what that means, it's a joke, and it just means that it doesn't matter when it's going to run. It doesn't matter. Why don't I just automatically say, I don't have that calm, cool, collected 2 weeks response like on the tip of my tongue. Like it should just roll off like real quick. Like how long do you think this is going to take? 2 weeks? It should just instantly come off my lips. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't get a chance to read what DSG wrote, so I have no idea what DSG is writing. Yeah, see, Paul, that's a great plan, right? Like, why be in a margin count now? Like, you can switch back over to margin account after it's all over, and no big deal. No, you won't, no harm, no foul. I did say it last week, Alan. I'm 100% I did. I said that 3 to 4 days after SSR trip, we could see price improvement. I 100% said that. I own up to it. And, we haven't seen price improvement. I told you that we would see, in fact, I told you, I said we would likely see downwards movement in price and or sideways trading up until that point, which we have seen. Now we're in new territory where we're tripping SSR again. So does that reset the timer? I mean, it's definitely two different things are flagged. We had the average age of loans per day. Sorry, I said that wrong. The on loan average age per day had a signal for 15 days, and the signal started today. And now we're having SSR tripping again. So it's telling me low liquidity, and I wrote it in the title: Rabbit Pellets, low volume, low liquidity. I like what Mr. L says. Tiny, just FTD your taxes, not tax advice. Not yet, Danny. It's getting close though. 2111 is the lowest we've been so far, and it trips at 2098. Super, super close. To be honest with you guys, I didn't think that they would try to attempt for 2098 today. I really just didn't. But synthetic price failure is never about predicting the future. It's about just monitoring where the price is moving to and knowing which direction it's likely to move and how much further it's going to move. with downwards trends. Upwards trends are unpredictable, completely unpredictable. I mean, I know I wish I could failure to deliver my taxes. I'm with you on that one, Tiny. I am definitely with you on that one. You know, Steven, I want to kind of know options a little bit better myself, and I've been thinking about taking some time to try and learn options a little bit better. If I find a really great website that I think is something to pass on informationally wise, I will. I'll hit you up with that when I see you next time. I'm still searching myself. I mean, I actually haven't started searching yet, but I'm gonna start searching for something that I think really helps with the understandings of um, I, more than just the basics. More than just the basics. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try and get us to hit right around the same time. It's 1 o'clock, guys. Time to look at the numbers. Kevin says if it's legal to failure to deliver shares and no jail, it should be. Why is it legal to failure to deliver taxes? Why is it illegal to failure to deliver taxes? I have no idea. Because the government always wins. Oh, that reminds me, I need to watch a Tony DeNaro video that he put together. Thank you for reminding me of that, Jabibs. No, I don't think it did. Let me check it real quick. I'll check and see if Jamie hit. No, it has not hit. It hits at 153.66. Captain Awesome says options. Trey has a free Discord about it. That'd be worth checking out. Is that new Discord he just put together? I should probably check that out. All right, let me refresh Fidelity here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Did I tell you guys I bought more shares last week? I don't remember if I told you not. I did. Let's see. We got off exchange was 55.43 an hour ago and 13.04 for the EDGX. Let's see where we're at now. 55.38 on the off exchange and 13.16 on the EDGX. Those are very high numbers. Let me take a quick peek here at what's going on with our gold mine on Ortex. And let me update AMC. An hour ago, there was 253,000 shares having been returned. It's now 485,000 shares. The cost, ooh, nice little jump up there. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 20.84%. But notice the cost to borrow, 3.22 is the average. It was down to 2.5 an hour ago. It is all the way up to 3.22. It is really starting to climb. It's climbing very, very nicely. I like it. Let's take a look at the options. Highest amount of volume. It's really close. At a $25 strike price an hour ago was 10.4 thousand contracts. It's now 11.1. On the puts at a $20 strike price, it was 6.2 thousand options contracts open. It's now 7.1. Or that's the current volume. I shouldn't. I keep saying open. I think I mean to say volume. It's current volume. So still signaling for a 2250 close for the day today. I do want to mention that there's a close runner-up on the call options for a $30 strike price, which is $5 more than where we're at right now, which would put us at a $25 closing price for the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in 10th with 75% buys to 25% sales. The dip is being hugely purchased right now. AMC is currently number 11 with 61% buys to 39% sales. We are buying the dip. People are definitely buying the dip. $20.98 is the trigger price for SSR. Shares borrowed in the last hour. None. 16.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 181,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. 69.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 1.98, Dow Jones is down 0.47, S&P 500 is down 0.9. We currently have 5,050 decliners to 2,581 advancers. The market's getting close to looking like it's on fire. The VIX is up 9.91%. The Bitcoin, why do I have that moved? How did that get moved? IWM is down 1.77. Tesla is down 4.11. Amazon is down 2.29. Cinemarket is up 4.34. Doge is up 4. Did I say up? Down. Cinemarket is down 4.28. Doge is up 14.8. Bitcoin is down 1.36. GameStop is down 9.45, getting about ready to trip SSR. The gold mine is down 2.44. Hood is down 6.44, and AMC is down 9.09. Looks like this is the stab they're going to take at trying to drop and trigger SSR. 13 million more in outflow than inflow. 31.5 million shares having been traded for the day today. I said 35 as a max on the prediction for volume, and I think we're definitely going to be higher than that. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 44.6 million shares traded for the day today. I'm not going to be pissed. I'm going to probably end up being off by about 5 million shares, but I'm going to be okay with that. We'll probably hit somewhere around 40 million shares traded for the day today. But I will be completely fine with that. However, if we trip this SSR and then they start completing orders, backed orders, and price starts running, that could just destroy. I mean, volume could just absolutely just shoot up through the roof. On a weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.06. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.16. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.12. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.54. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.41. It's extremely close to hitting SSR here. I feel like I should move the tramp. Move that tramp. Let's put it right here. Go ahead. Miss this. I dare you. Watch it just drop like a rock. I dare you guys to miss this one. If it misses this, I don't know. I give up. I'm done with the tramps. No more tramps for me. it's totally gonna run right around it. I'm just gonna be like, I don't know. Hmm. All right, with that, I can see what you guys are writing again here. Yeah, volume is really, really low. Yeah, I mean they're out in droves right now today, Chad. I have not seen this much activity. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen this much activity ever. The moderators would probably agree. MCon, everything. Who's Jeff Spicoli? I have trouble trusting any grown man that talks like Jeff Spicoli. Hold on a second. I don't know if I should take this as a compliment or a oh jeez. Hold on a second. I gotta spell this right. Jeff Spicoli. I knew who that was. Dude, like I feel like he was like the original Bill and Ted.
You worked at All American Burger
7 months ago.
I knew.
Totally. You don't even understand. That's probably legit how I used to talk way back in the day.
Why don't you get a job, Spicoli?
What for?
You need money.
You have no idea. I don't know if you were talking about me being the person talking like that, Jeff, Jeff Spicoli, but here's the thing. Like legit, not even kidding you, right after high school or the last few years of high school, that was me. That was legit me. Boy, have I come a long way. And the funny thing was, is I wasn't even a pothead at the time. Like I'd never even seen pot in my entire life. Hey, dude. Oh, you meant Cam? Well, I'm not kidding you, dude. I legit, that was me. That's why I call everybody dude. Dude. Like totally, man. We gotta go surfing. Yeah, let's go, man. And you just that's how you talk is like just real lazy and just like laid back, man. You don't just everything's just real chill, man. You don't have to really you don't have to care about life, because you just live one moment by moment. It's life is a party. It's always happening. Oh man. Vince says I'm buying more time. I'm here documenting history, Vince. Casey Jeff Shaw. Man, you guys have got me down as let's see, I've been Santa. I've been Will Ferrell in some movie that I can't remember the name of right now. You guys have called me Al Borderline. You guys have called me, did I say Santa already? You guys have called me, now I need a jacket. It's getting chilly in here. Dude, where's my car? Vince, welcome to the channel, buddy, where I don't make any money here. I don't make any money. I don't make any money on this channel whatsoever. Like zero, zilch, nada. Oh man, I've spent money on the channel, but I've never made any money, not a single dime, and I'm not trying to. I've got more money that I'm going to make off this investment than I care to make, right? Like I'm not going to need, I'm going to have so much money when this is over that I don't even need all that money. So why do I need to collect from you guys? I just don't. If I have a conviction in what it is that I'm here for, and I believe in it and it's true, then I just don't see any reason why I would need to collect off of you guys. That's just my own personal feeling. And not everybody has to share that feeling, but that's how I feel. Man, they are throwing down hard shade today. Look at this. Like, man, you guys are, this is crazy. So much. I feel like I'm going to have to, like, if you guys think I should, I'll increase it to 10 minutes to comments. The new deluxe Shaw mug will come equipped with a home theater system. Nah, man, I'm gonna still go out to movies. Have they called me daddy? No. No, no, yes, somebody did call me daddy. Somebody did call me daddy, Marco. Was it you? I don't remember who it was. I said, don't call me that anymore. I don't like it. That's the only way that I figure you guys could trust me, is if I didn't make money. I kind of thought, I thought to myself, like, well, if I'm going to start a YouTube channel, right? I was starting it with another guy, John, and I'm going to tell, I'm straight honest with you guys here. John and I were going to make a monetized channel because we thought, well, why not make some money doing a YouTube channel while we're, sitting here watching the stock doing what it's doing? And John had to bail out. And the reason I wanted to make money was for John to make money because he didn't have somebody supporting him. So I wanted to help him make some money. So that's where I was like, well, maybe we should just start recording what it is we're doing. We're watching the stock and we talk about it. Let's just start a channel and we'll start making some money so you can have an income. Then John had to bail. He had to bail on it, and he decided to take up another business interest. And so I was like, all right, well, I'm just recording history then now. And I was just kind of like, I don't need to make money off of this, so there's no need to monetize anymore. Um, and the way I felt was is that like I couldn't really trust any of the people that I was watching on YouTube who were monetized. So I was like, I don't want people to not trust me, so I'm just not going to monetize. It seems to be the most logical thing to do. Plus, I would rather have you guys as friends after this is all said and over, where we can rely on each other and we can build a community. That would be way more valuable to me in the future than it would be for me to try and leech off of you in the beginning and then leech off of you afterwards. Like I'm going to leech on you afterwards. I'm not leeching off you afterwards, but you see what I'm saying? Like if I'm going to leech off of you now, I'll probably leech off of you later. So if I let you know that I'm not trying to leech off of you, then it's just a friendship. That's there's nothing, there's no cost. Friendship shouldn't cost anything. Yuka, don't call me daddy. No daddy stuff. 2 weeks for a minimum. I kind of like it. I kind of like it, Hayden. I do it, except for I do want people to be able to ask questions. Jacob says I was Tom Hanks from Castaway. A little crazy, a little on edge, long beard. I get it. I get it. It makes sense. Dude, they dropped it to 2110. They got it within such a marginal fraction. Did they drop? Let me check SSR on GME real quick here. They didn't trigger GME. I think they're trying to do them at the same time. That was close. Really, really close there. You know, Dan, I really just don't want to have a YouTube channel after this is all over. This is not who I am as a person. Like I've mentioned before on this channel that like if you go to a party, I'm the guy that's in the corner that just kind of keeps to himself. Um, this is not really what I don't enjoy doing YouTube. I mean, I enjoy spending time with you guys. Um, but it's like I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be rich, and I want to. There's other things I want to accomplish in life. I want to accomplish other things than having a YouTube channel. And I don't know. Maybe that's wrong of me to like you know start all this and keep this up with you guys and then just drop you like I'm gonna have a community where we can still talk and stuff, but I don't see a need to do YouTube after. AP and I have talked about it, but I just don't really have an interest. Yeah, no membership, Chris. No membership. I know, grooming you to leech off of you in the future. That's it. You got it. See, all these YouTubers, they got it wrong. If you're gonna leech off of somebody, leech off of them after they're rich. That's totally what it sounds like. No, I don't have enough money. I don't care. Alex, it allows them to create liquidity legally. When they trip SSR, they're legally allowed to create liquidity, which means synthetic shares. Brenda says, I have found YouTubers are just in a popularity contest, not just money. Hmm, I hadn't thought of that. I honestly kind of like the fact that we're small though, because like I don't feel like I could talk to you guys the same way. Um, if like I've gone onto like Trey's channel and like the how can he even talk to anybody in there? Like legit, how can he talk to anyone in his chat? Have you seen that thing fly? I like this. This is so much better. Comments only after sub for 2 weeks. It would be priceless. It would be priceless to do that. I just feel like it's kind of unfair to some people though. Like there's new people that have questions, and I don't want to make them feel like they can't be participate. You don't understand. I lost Einstein. I legit lost sleep over just having to put this in play. Ask some of the other guys. Ask Duncan. Like I actually was like really upset about the idea that I needed to start putting in a period of time where people had like were forced to subscribe in order to comment. I didn't want to do it. I really didn't want to do it because I felt like it was forcing people to subscribe, and I don't like that. I think that's a bunch of BS. Like forcing people to subscribe to be a part of something, that's crap in my book, man. But the only reason that is there is just to keep people from coming in here constantly and being shills. Thick says I have an OnlyFans page. Yuka says, Casey, do you plan on donating to the Little Lebowski Urban Achievers Fund? I don't know what that is, but it sounds cute and cool. Lebowski Urban, is that like key? Wait, Lebowski's Urban Achievers. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. Sure, why not? I don't know. We'll see. One of the first things I want to do is well, I was kind of hoping we would squeeze before December, and I wanted to play Santa Claus. I was like, if I'm gonna have this beard, like I should at least use it. So I wanted to go out and buy like a whole bunch of like Sony or not Sony PlayStations, but um, Nintendo, whatever the handheld Nintendo thing is, the Switch. I wanted to buy a whole bunch of Switches and like just go around to like a children's hospital and like just hand them out to like sick kids that the ones that are like really sick to where maybe the hospital can pass them on from one kid to the next so the kids have something to play on or something. I don't know, but like that's something I really wanted to do. Like get a Santa suit on. My grandpa used to play Santa. He used to play Santa all the time. Shh. He wasn't the real Santa, kids. The real Santa's in North Pole. He played Santa. He wasn't really Santa. He just was a Santa helper. Yeah, mediocre trader, dude. Mediocre trader, you don't even understand. Like, I think, like, if I didn't know any better, I would have said it was you that came in and got me. But I got to show you something. Like, legit, like somebody came in and tried to pretend like they were Froggy, and I thought it might have been you, but I don't know. It may or may not have been. And they gave me a link to watch. And so now, of course, like whenever I do this, whenever I open YouTube, whatever the last thing was that I watched opens up. So this is what played. I mean, really, I thought it was you. I thought it was you that might have done that. It was a good get. I definitely got fooled. I legit was, I was like, oh, come on. They got me good. And now every time I open YouTube, that's gonna pop up on there until I close something out, until I close something else out, and it's not that anymore. I thought for sure it was you, and now now I'm really worried because it wasn't you. Steven's like, I'd rather watch that than the numbers. It's free, man. It's the internet. Play it again. I'm just saying, I got today. That's all I'm saying. Oh boy, Sean. Oh, Sean, welcome back. So, for those of you who don't know and have not seen Sean for a while, Sean's one of the moderators on the team here. He's working a different shift now or something like that, but he hasn't been on the show for a while. And and so but I reached out to him because I hadn't seen him on the show for a bit, and I was kind of worried about him. But I'm glad he's doing good. He reached back out to me and he told me he was all right. So I care about you guys. I really do care. And I don't even know if this is the real Miss Harris. Miss Harris though, he came in here and he looked like Froggy, and I forgot that I had given Froggy moderator status. He asked for moderator status so he could put up the link, and I gave it to him, and then I clicked on the link, and then there it was, and I got, and then I remembered that I had given Froggy moderator status already, so I took it away from the fraudulent person, and and then yeah, here we are. So now every time I open up YouTube, I get to have that play for me until I close out something else. It wasn't Froggy. I can tell you that it wasn't Froggy. I was hoping it was Mediocre Trader. And then I did have a bunch of wolf packs show up over here. I know, Miss Harris. I'm a little bit naive. I'm a little bit naive, and I just fell for it. I don't know what to say. I'm embarrassed of myself. It's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. I think I blew past the 1 o'clock, or maybe I didn't blow past it. Maybe I just talked through it. I'm not going to cover the numbers. I'm going to go to break. It was a good joke. It was funny, but I need to be just a little more diligent and all I gotta say, Miss Harris, is that Froggy's lucky that he's got you to protect him as a moderator, because nobody warned me. You know, none of my moderators said, "Hey, Casey, that might be fake. Don't click on it." They just let me go. They just, oh yeah, that'll be good. Man. Anyways, I'm gonna head to lunch. 'Cause I am having a late lunch today because I didn't eat earlier because I had other stuff I had to attend to. So I'm gonna head out, grab a little bite to eat, and then I will see you guys back here for our 2 p.m. Power Hour. Look at that. They are so afraid of my trampoline they won't touch down. They're not gonna do it. Let me get the music going on here, guys, and I'm gonna take off. It's been 3 times now, Maggie. I only clicked on it once, but now every time I'm not kidding you. Look, every time I open up YouTube now, it goes straight to it. I can't help it. It's whatever I close out last pops up on YouTube immediately. So no SSR did not trip. And let me get the music up here in the note. You guys are bad. It's a good thing that I have a very understanding wife. Kevin's in the backyard putting the springs on. No, Einstein, I'm not going to. That's a great way for me to get. I got in trouble for that last time for playing somebody else's content. Apparently, that's not an okay thing to do. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna put music on, and I'll see you guys at 2 o'clock. Alrighty, I'm back, guys. Let's see here. Let me adjust the information on the screen. So, you know what time it is? It's time for our drink, the drink of the day for the power hour. So here's what I want to toast to today. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but apes are being successful in supplying jobs to people already. So to all the paid shills out there who are making money off of trying to attempt to get us to sell our shares, my toast goes out to you. I'm glad that our community is able to provide you an income to help you in life. Because if there's anything that I want to see out of this community, is us being successful at making other people better. So cheers to making other people better. Love you guys, no homo. The taste of helping others. Tastes good. All right. Let's see here, guys. I'm going to run through the numbers. Looks like we got Pantheon is in here. My parents would say, hell no. I don't know what he's talking about. It sounds like you guys are talking about banks and credit unions, maybe? I don't know. Do I owe you money for something, Pantheon? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it sounds like I'm in trouble. Gus says, dang, you got me saying no. It's not. I don't know. I heard a friend say it one time and I thought it was pretty funny. I was like, that's really funny. I think that's great. He, so I've just used it ever since. I don't know. It's okay if you want to be. I'm just not. All right, guys. I'm going to refresh Fidelity here and we'll take a look at our numbers for the day. Our final numbers for the day today. So give me just a minute here, Pantheon. If you wanted to talk to me about me owing you some money, you're going to have to listen to me. I'm going to force you to listen to me run through these numbers just so you can have a chance to tell me what it is that you owe. That I can't see what it is you're writing until you see my picture on that first page again. Even though you can see it right now, I can't see what it is that you're writing. Off exchange. I only have 2 screens. I don't have 3. Off exchange. Although 3 screens would be nice. Nah, not enough desk room. Off exchange was 55.38 and CBOE EDGX was at 13.16 an hour ago. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. Now we're at 54.86 in the off exchange and just under 13% on the EDGX. That's going to put us at, what is that? That's a lot of math. 67.78. I don't know. It's 67, 68%, somewhere around there. Give or take. All right, fine. I'll pull out the calculator. Let's see what we got. My kids would have been able to math that out like real fast. 67.83. 67.83%. A normal day for us in the dark pools would be around 64%, so that's definitely high. Refreshing Ortex. Oh, look at the change. So an hour ago, there was a reporting of 485,000 shares having been returned. It's now at a borrow of 282,000. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.9%, and our cost to borrow is under 3% again. We went over 3% earlier, if I recall correctly, and it's now back down to 2.78 for the average. Taking a look at the options. highest amount of call options, currently at a $25 strike price. It went from 11.1 thousand contracts to 12.7. And on the puts, at a $21 strike price, which is up from 20, it went from 7.1 at 20 to 7.7 at 21. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. So we're 23. We're looking at the market's kind of signaling for a 23 closing price for the day to day, although that's not what we're looking like right now at all. We're more on the bottom side at 21.37. Max pain for the day to day was 22. Let me move a couple screens. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC pulling back into 10th position. We're trading places with GME. We have a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio on the orders. It's the minimum I want to see. 60-40 is the minimum. GME falling back one spot to 11th position. We swapped spots with them. They have 76 buy to 24% sell ratio. They have a very good buy to sell order ratio, looking very nice. 2098 was SSR tripping price for the day to day, and we have not tripped it. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 50,000. So we're at 3 million shares having been borrowed for the day to day on Stonko Tracker. That puts us at 0.85 less than what we borrowed yesterday, or what was borrowed. 16.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 181,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. 69.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The market not looking so hot. NASDAQ down 2.16, Dow Jones down 0.67, and the S&P 500 is down 1.1. We currently have 5,205 decliners to 2,425 advancers. The VIX is down 9.96%. IWM is down 2.02. Tesla is down 4.11. Amazon is down 2.71. Cinemark is down 3.86. Dodge. Why did I just call it Dodge? Doge is up 9.81. Bitcoin is down 1.97. GME has tripped SSR and is down 10.63%. HYMC is down 4.67. Hood is down 5.97, and AMC is down 8.56. We currently have more outflow than inflow by 17 million. Is that right? Let me just make sure. Come on. Yeah. $17 more million in outflow than inflow. 36.06 million shares have been traded so far for the day to day. I'm already off. My prediction was 15 to 35 million. I'm expecting that we may hit around 40, so I'll be off by about 5 million, which is not that bad. It could have been worse. Let me just see what kind of pace we're on right now. Yeah, we're on pace for about 41 million shares, so that's going to drop. That pace will drop just a tad bit between now and the end of the day. So we'll probably hit around 40 million shares traded for the day to day. And like I said, I was suggesting somewhere between 15 and 35. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.2. On a daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.4. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.79, having signaled twice in the day today, double dipping into the oversold region. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with most of the day being in the oversold region, with RSI at 27.2. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.54. can't believe they completely like scraped the top of the trampoline. I need those springs. And with that, I can finally now see what it is Pantheon wrote back to me. I heard this Casey Shaw guy owes me money. He's gone on break. OIP, isn't it fun to like just see people that you know from one channel going to another? I don't know. Like I'll go to like Froggy's or I don't know whoever's channel I'll go to. I'll go to somebody's channel and I'll see y'all in there saying something, and I go like, "Hey, I know that guy." It's kind of fun for me to just be a part of the group, I guess. I don't know. I just like being one of you guys and going around and hitting other people up and chatting in the comment. There's something really fun for me about just chatting in the comments and not actually having to be a person who's talking. Um, I don't know. It's nice. It's more fun. It's uh it's who I would normally be. Yeah, Peter says GME's on SSR. That's correct. No purple margaritas today, Jack. Today I opted for no beer. I went for the we this is actually this drink name is called a Brave Bull, but we renamed it to the Adventurous Ape here on the show just because why not? That's really the only reason why. Uh, paint chips in my I'm finding these paint chips everywhere, guys. Like it's just they're everywhere. Yeah. So this is the Adventurous Bull. It's 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua, and it tastes amazing. It sounds terrible. I wouldn't. If you're faint of heart when it comes to alcohol, I would not say this is a sipping drink. Don't mind if I do. But I like it. It's good, and I felt like something strong today. No specific reason, just felt like something different than beer. Keto says in May I start on night shift, but I think I'll be up by market open. I'm hoping by May we squeeze and I'll be retired. Keto, if I need to move on to somebody else getting a price prediction, let me know. I don't want to put any burden on you. I never my desire for people to do price predictions in the morning is never to be a burden on that person. So if you need me to switch it up, let me know. SBFM Sunshine. Oh, I don't, Mike. I don't think about it. It's not. It doesn't have A, M, and C in it. Well, actually, it has an M in it, but it doesn't have an A and a C. I see. Do you think the banks under advisement of the government are being instructed to keep CTB low for AMC specifically, or am I tinfoiling here? So here's how they keep CTB low, and I kind of this is how I imagine it to work. I think this isn't tinfoil hat, but this is what Casey thinks. So let's look at CTB. First off, what determines cost to borrow? what determines cost to borrow is how many shares there are. It's supply and demand, right? The more demand for shares that there are and there are less shares that are available, the higher the number will be. So whenever an institution reports a high number, that means that they don't have very many shares to loan, or they have less shares than they originally had. Whenever they report a low number, then they have a lot of shares still left to loan. So, and then somewhere in the middle, you get an average, right? And so it would behoove institutions to report how many shares that they have available to borrow correctly. If they didn't, then they wouldn't know what to charge, what the charging rate should be. Right now, whether or not Ortex picks up that data as being accurate or not, I'm not going to say that it is or not. I don't really care. What I do want to say is this, though. When we had this security lending volume that occurred way back here on the 7th of February, which just so happened to align with the utilization spiking the very next day to 100%. What you have to do is you have to go look up what security lending volume is. It's a very specific type of short-term loan of shares that doesn't go on the books like all of the other loan shares do. And in this particular instance, they borrowed 69.97 million, or basically 70 million shares. So if those shares are out, they can't be lent, which is why utilization suddenly spiked up to 100%. If those shares, oh, and here's the other part. Those short-term loans, they get their own fees and their own cost of borrows. They get their own interest rates, right? So they don't go on the books as being loaned as a borrow amount. So they aren't calculated for in cost to borrow, but they still exist, and they know that they're out there, and they know that they're going to be returned. Now, how long are those shares supposed to be out there for? 40 days? No, nay, much, much less time than that. But they still are indeed still out there, because you can see that the utilization has never dropped back down to the original values that it was at when that loan was taken out. So those 70 million shares, which I like to refer to as the kitchen sink, are still in existence out there. Why is cost to borrow not driving up? Probably because those are out there, and they're still just sitting in somebody's pocket waiting to go. So that's probably one of the reasons why cost to borrow is low. While they still are using shares to borrow or lend, there's a perceived less portion of them available, even though they still do have them to lend. So now the next part to this is, and I've heard some people talk about this, as days to cover. And you'll notice here on the page that it says days to cover 3-month loan, or 3-month on loan, and 3-month estimated short interest. It's talking about what is it specifically, what are you looking to see how long it would take to cover. So on this days to cover 3M on loan, it's taking a look at the 3-month average of the on loan amount, and then it's dividing that by our total, sorry, let me rephrase that. It's our on loan amount divided by the average volume for the last 3 months. And you divide those two numbers, and it comes out to this number where it says days to cover is 2.46, meaning if our average 3-month volume is 50, whatever it is, 51 million shares, then you divide 50 into whatever 138.7 is, and you probably get 2.46. Let's take a look and see if that's accurate, because I don't like just giving you trust me bro stuff, right? So let's look at this real quickly here. So our average 3-month volume is 57.07. So we're going to take that number, or no, we're not. We're going to take the shares on loan, which is 138.78, because I can see it on the other page, which you can't, divided by the 57.07, 2.43. Sound familiar? It should, because days to cover is 2.46. Really darn near close to the same number. 2.43 versus 2.46 is what I'm getting. If you look one day before, it was 2.44. The numbers are almost identical. So that's how you get days to cover. It's a crap indicator, guys. It's a crap indicator. Why? Because all it takes is for your volume to move up to cause your shares or your days to cover to go down. or your shares on loan to go up to cause it to drive up. It's not really a good indicator to show you anything other than what maybe institutions may look at as a triggering event for buying into a stock. So what do days to cover and cost to borrow have to do with each other? I'll let you guys think about that one because I'm not going to answer it right now. But days to cover and cost to borrow have a relationship. But what I'm going to say is this. I watched Astro's video in full, and I'm going to say this. It's the same thing I've always said. Don't let anybody talk to you and tell you where you should be putting your money. Don't let anybody do that. Let you be the decider of that. Don't let people intimidate you into telling you that you're an idiot for putting your money someplace or not another. Ever. Don't let me do it. Don't let anybody else do it. You do what you think is right for you first and foremost. I'm tired of seeing retail lose money to institutions. If you're going to decide to play options like he is suggesting and not telling you how to do it, but just telling you you should be playing options, don't be a loser. That's all I'm going to say. Is don't be a loser. Because that just puts money into the wrong people's hands. I want to see you guys be winners. And there's no information out there that can suggest to me that you have to buy options in order for this to be turned into a squeeze play. There's nothing that suggests that to me. The market will do it on its own. You're welcome, Pantheon. I did, Habib, and I just got done talking about it. But I'm not kidding. If somebody's trying to convince you guys that you need to play options to make this thing squeeze, I'm tired of seeing you guys lose money, right? And I don't think buying shares of AMC loses money. Not until you sell, and price has to be lower than what you bought in at. You don't have to play the options. You just don't. There's nothing in my mind, and everything that he said in that entire video, I completely agree with up until the point to where he says you have to play options. It's just not the case. You don't. And he's not going to sit there and hold your hand through it. He's not. He's not going to sit there and hold your hand through playing options. Max paying for this week is $22 for today. For today. Kevin says, my fiance thinks I'm stupid for investing in AMC. Should I tell her off and invest more? No, I think you should. Next time she says that you're stupid for investing money in AMC, I think you should slap down a prenuptial and say, if you think it's dumb, then just go ahead and sign off on this, and what's mine is mine, and we'll just keep it that way. That's terrible advice. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know what to tell you. There's really no right answer for me for you on that one, sir. You're putting me in a situation where I feel for you. Here. I'll not financial advice. Um, what I'll say is this: is you're going to start a lifelong relationship with somebody who thinks that you're dumb with your money. A lifelong situation. Have a good talk with that person. Have a good talk with that person and sit down and say, like, you know, how is this going to look for me in the future? Like, are you going to tell me consistently that I shouldn't put my money places? I don't know, man. How about you just tell her what's yours is yours and what's hers is hers, and as long as she doesn't have a problem with what you do with your money, she shouldn't have a then you won't have a problem with what she does with her money. How about you tell her that? I think that works. James says slap the devil out of her raw style. I mean, I just there's no right answer for me on this one, guys. I lose on this one all the way around. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing I can say that's right here. Habib asked, these criminals also do block trades 4 a.m. To bring the price down before market open. Do you agree to this? Part of that trading is happening in Europe, Habib. It's not all here in the U.S. So you are seeing, I think, the residuals of what's being traded in Europe, but they absolutely do control price or I mean, they do manipulate price in the pre-market and after hours. Probably a lot more so in the pre-market than anything. I mean, if you go back historically and you look at GME, there's a plenty of evidence to suggest that what you're saying is correct. Oh my gosh. Damn Yankee says, what if we all just traded brokers every month? Would that unveil anything? I literally said that like m- I've been saying that for like months now, damn Yankee, and I just don't want to suggest it anywhere because I know people will hate me. I have this weird theory. I have this really weird theory, damn Yankee, that and I don't know that it would work. But the theory is that what if we all just traded our shares or transferred our shares from one broker to another, like all at the same time? Because what would end up happening is a lot of brokers have to hold margin for the amount of shares that they have on hand. If all of Fidelity's customers or a very large portion of their customers decided to move all of their shares to a brokerage that didn't have a whole lot of shares in it, it would create an unbalance, and that brokerage would demand Fidelity go get the shares to give to them because they're being transferred. I don't think they would just hand over IOUs. But here's the problem to that thought process. I will say this. The problem to that thought process is that you have to get everybody involved in this and trying to trade their shares between brokers and paying money to transfer their shares and not getting anything of value out of making those transfers. Good luck. We couldn't even get we couldn't even get more than a percent of the total amount of shareholders to register their shares and vote in Say Technologies. So that's the binding part that would prevent something like that from happening and working. And James brings up a great point too. What if it rips during transfer? It actually could cause it to rip. And if the demand to buy shares was suddenly there, it could suddenly start ripping while your shares are in transfer, which would suck. So there's lots of reasons why we wouldn't want to do something like that. Jabib says they would decline the transfers more than likely. Uh, right, Yankee, but transferring out of Fidelity might be another problem, right? You see what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, like everybody transfer everywhere. But I actually did think about that as a possible outcome or a possible triggering event. It's funny that you should say it though. You're literally the first person that I've heard mention that as a possibility. I have not heard anybody else. It makes me kind of wonder what other ideas you got going on in your head because that is outside of the box thinking. That is really out of the box thinking right there. And I like it. I really do like it because it's different. I like it when people think outside the box, but unfortunately, you have to think about the ramifications that go along with that. Like in chess, right? If you just are constantly thinking just one move ahead without thinking about the other things that are the ramifications of making that single move, if you're not thinking 3 or 4, maybe even 5 steps ahead, you're going to find yourself in a situation to where you might get stuck in a pickle. And trust me, I've been getting stuck in a pickle in chess lately, and I'm gonna get good. I'm gonna get better. I've been letting Salty Dog kick my butt in chess, and I'm gonna have to up my game a little bit here. Right, Reese. So remember, Reese, that CTB is just the amount of shares available to loan. Is That's basically what's going to affect cost to borrow. So if the institutions who have shares to loan have a lot, then your cost to borrow is going to be lower. And if you look at the Sonko tracker and you look at how many shares are available to borrow today compared to the past, well, actually, let's do a little exercise. This would be a great exercise. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you about what it is I'm talking about with cost to borrow. Let's check this out. Ooh, Buck says show her your 5 whys. That's actually a great idea. Let's check this out here. All right, so believe it or not, you can actually pull up on Ortex additional information, such as cost to borrow, historically. You gotta find the right one. I think this is it. Okay. Oh, this is actually going to prove my point earlier too about utilization. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to pull up max. Am I going to pull up max? Yeah. So I've got 2 different lines up here on the page right now. One is cost to borrow max, and the other one is utilization. So unfortunately, the color coding on these, and I don't know that I can change them. Maybe I can. No, I don't think I can. But this gold line here, the utilization, and then the yellow line is CTB max. And what I want you to notice is that CTB max right now at 3.94, whereas yesterday was 14.39, you can see it's all over the place. CTB max is constantly changing dependent upon how many shares are available to borrow at the time. But it is on the rise, which means that it's starting to become more regular to where somebody doesn't have as many shares as they used to borrow. Now, if you look back in June's period of time, look at that CTB max compared to utilization right there. See how it's like peaking out on the top of the utilization point there? Yeah. But it's all dependent upon how many shares are actually available to borrow by each institution who's lending shares out. Cutie Cut says, "Who owns the algorithms and wouldn't a more system make those MFers trade just like us on equal footing?" Um, I think I know what you're saying, but we don't have access to anything like that. Oh, there it is. I've been looking for you. My guess is that the turnaround point's going to be around $20.60 at a very minimum, or maximum rather. So cost to borrow I would look at cost to borrow as that's not right. I don't know. It should be higher. All loans right now should be higher. The Jakesbury question. Hold on a second. Let me go back up and see if I can find it. Why do I not see it? Can you give me a timestamp? There it is. Is Weeble safe to own my AMC shares? I don't know the answer to that, the Jakesbury. I really don't. I don't have an answer for that for you. If you go to my description box there, you'll see a link to some of the list of brokers. I'm actually copying it and I'll paste it in the chat column. But there's this will take you to a list of brokers and what they did last January of last year when MOASS started to happen. We don't know. We don't know what any of these brokers are going to do when it comes time to this thing starting to rip. I can't make you promises. I want to. I just can't make you promises. I am in Fidelity. Um, I can't even be certain that Fidelity won't have any kind of like weird shenanigans that happen. But I do like to look on the past history, and I like to base my decisions based off of historical documentation of what has occurred in the past. Um, so, I mean, some people are putting their shares into multiple brokers so that they can avoid complete failure. You know, like if they had, if they had one broker that just ended up sucking, and then the other one was fine, that at least they don't have a problem with the one broker. And a cash account is always better. That's for sure. I do have a Webull account, and I think I've got 5 shares of AMC through the Webull account, but I'm not even. I mean, those are more or less just for fun. Oh, that's good information, Manjeet. She's saying that having more accounts at same bank does not help with insurance. FDIC insurance covers 250,000 per depositor. So to be safe, it would be good to open one account at multiple credit unions or banks, or multiple multiples. Mm, I think you're looking at it wrong, Doctor. They don't need to run out of shares. They need to borrow so many shares that it's costing them too much to borrow anymore. That's the right way to look at it. So the real question is when will when will their liquidity run dry? And I don't know the answer to that. But you will most likely see the market start to fail when that's the case. Hey, that's cool, Habib. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'd like to see it go down to like $7, so I can triple down on this thing. Give me a chance at $7, and I guarantee you I'll be tripling up on my shares. Let me check it out, Crazy Pepe. I bet it's a news halt. It's suspended. Give me 1 second. I can maybe figure this out. There's a difference between suspension and halts. Um, hmm. I mean, it looks like it says suspended. So the problem is that when did this happen? 1546. So like just a few minutes ago. Give it 15 minutes. Give it 15 minutes, and I bet you it starts back up at actually right as the market closes, because we close in 50. It's gonna close suspended. So they probably halted it on a price move. That price move was greater than 10% in 5 minutes time. It was greater than a five. It was greater than a 10% run in 5 minutes, right? Because you have 5% right there, you got 6%. That's 11% right there, and it halted right here. So it probably got halted. You either got halted and then suspended, and I bet you it's suspended to the end of trading just because, oh, it's 20%. We're at the 20% mark right here. It got suspended because it's going to be 15 minutes, and it's going to take them to the end of the day. That would be my guess. Because 15 minutes from now, the market will be closed, so they just suspended it for the rest of the trading day. But as soon as the market closes, they'll probably resume trading. That would be my guess, because it's within that time window to where, let's see, it halted at yeah, it's right within that time window for that 20% mark, and it went up more than 20%. That would be my guess. I'm not positive. When SSR isn't triggered, how is price staying low if retail isn't selling? Because there has to be enough buying pressure, GD. There has to be enough buying pressure to raise price. And if you look at our buy to sell ratios over the last like week or probably about 2 weeks now, for the last 2 weeks we've had some really crappy buy to sell ratios, which means we don't have enough buy pressure to get the price back up again. So it's going to have to come down some for people to be interested in order for them to start buying the dips. I mean, we're barely finishing over a 60. We were just over 60.40 when I checked it in an hour ago, and almost an hour ago. Well, if they take away the sell button, then then nothing happens. Taking away the buy button takes away demand. The the recipe for price discovery is you have to have demand, and if there's no demand, then the only thing that can happen is selling. So taking away the buy button creates selling pressure but no buying pressure, which means the price is only going to go down, which means everybody who holds the stock when they see that happen starts thinking to themselves, well, if I don't get out now and I'm the last person holding on to shares, I'm going to be the one that gets screwed. So then it causes a whole bunch of selling pressure and the price starts dropping. And everybody's trying to get their sell orders through, but only part of the people who can normally buy are there to buy. That and market makers. So that's the trick, right? Take away the buy button and and it causes panic. Okay, so it was news related. So somebody's saying it's JetBlue bid to buy Spirit. That would have been the other. That would have been the other option. Their planes run on 87 octane. If you fly Spirit, you might become a Spirit. Yeah, GD, you're no problem. I don't know where that one came from, Doctor, but the new deluxe Shaw mug will have a carousel for the kids. Oh man, are they going to try and trip SSR right here at the very end? This is going to be crazy. They had to have borrowed more shares for this. Hold on a second. I got to check and see. There's just no way that they didn't borrow more. Oh yeah. Wait. 3. I guess not. It doesn't seem like they borrowed more shares. Hmm. That's part of the problem, Savvy. As retail is afraid to buy at these higher prices, we're gonna have problems. So, we have to get, people have to be afraid. They can't be afraid to buy, slap that ask, right? That's what it's always been about. This is part of the reason why I bought last week. I wanted to see the price continue to remain where it was at. We got to have buying pressure. Lou had his whole spiel about what's the worst that could happen if we all just stopped buying. Price would plummet to whatever it plummeted to before we started buying again. That's the worst that could happen. That's what would happen. Taking away the buy button is the exact same thing as just not buying anymore. So if we don't continue to have buying pressure into moving into this, then they'll be able to manipulate the price down. Yeah, J Beebs is saying you have to remember we had 11 or 12 days of green as well. Pantheon says, how about a pair of Casey mugs? One says mine and the other one says I signed the prenup. I mean, seriously, like, I mean, that's like, I don't know. I came from a relationship from the past where everything, the money was controlled on one side of the relationship. So I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm the wrong person to ask. Um, I think in a relationship you got to have an agreement between two people about how money is going to be spent. And if you can't have an agreement, that's okay. But at least separate who gets what, and then that way you're in control of your money and they're in control of their money. You can still have a relationship like that just fine. Let them spend their own money and you can spend your money, and nobody cares about so long as nobody's going broke in the relationship, and the other person having to take care of the other person, then everything should be fine. Copacetic. You can be done with your money if you want to. That's your choice, or it should be. It should be your choice. Yeah, it's been longer than that, Sean. It's been over a month now. It was March 7th, almost a month. And if she needs more money, increase the cost to borrow done. Yes, that would be correct, Brenda. Uh, Buying the ask is important. It's very important. That's how you get price discovery. Well, part of the problem, Stephen, is that not everybody's buying from the lit market, right? They're not buying through IEX. Oh, here they go, right here. This is the big push for it right here. You should go hang out with Lou some more, folk. I mean, I think he made him and Blue Ice or whatever the heck his name is. Those guys lost millions of dollars on their sell on that Monday when they said they needed to. Everybody should sell by. I mean, if Blue Ice had as many shares as he says he had, he lost millions of dollars. So yeah, go hang out with those winners. Alrighty, here we go. This is the push for it right here. In the final minutes. Oh, it's time for me to end the show anyways, guys. It's that time of the day. Ah, too bad. Alrighty, guys. It's that time. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is a new day. It's day Wednesday. It's drinky drink day for me. I'll see you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. But spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Spend time with your pets. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I heaver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's heavering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm working, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you.